in 2015, rather sadly. There was one story about Richard Austin that struck me as just absolutely, almost had me in tears, genuinely. His son came out of a restaurant and he was begging by chance outside that restaurant. So to actually, for your own child to discover you begging outside a restaurant, and then to a certain degree tried to help him out and look after him, because I think they'd been estranged, hadn't they? I mean, you would know more to the background than us, but it was such a heart-rending, just awful situation, really.
Yeah, it was, and further to that, just as a little footnote to that, Ricardo, that's his son's name, he's since gone missing in the last 18 months, which is very sad. And his mum, Molly Brigano Austin, who is obviously Richard's wife, would love any help in locating him. So if anyone knows of Ricardo's whereabouts, please get in contact with us.
Well, obviously an addiction to alcohol and an alcoholic father, and there were some sort of, shall we say, behavioural issues to do with a number of the players that went. I'd like to come back to that a little bit later, because there was I think a sort of a deliberate strategy to handpick more vulnerable characters, and hopefully you can help us decide whether that's true. But one thing I wanted to sort of start off by asking you was, of course, the book is so much about the rights of black people, tackling head-on the issues of apartheid, and the whole issue is built around whether missionaries or mercenaries, did they believe they were there to just make money for themselves, or they were actually revered when they went there. But let's start by saying the timing, therefore, of the book right now is incredible. Accident or design?
Complete accident. I mean, I had no idea for a start that COVID was going to happen, and no idea that the Black Lives Movement would take off at this point in time. So, but the good thing about that is that it has helped amplify the story of the rebels, and I think they deserve to have their stories told. They've lingered in the shadows of cricket history for too long, and this is their opportunity as well. So it's great that someone like Richard Austin, who only played 2 tests, is now getting, I mean, it's obviously too late in a way, but he's now getting the credit he deserves for a career that was sidelined by sort of political currents and sort of world international politics in a way that he could never really have imagined. So I'm just happy that guys like him and Herbert Chang and David Murray and Everton Mattis, they're all getting their moment in the sun, and that's good.
There's a beautiful turn of phrase that I think you use in the Richard Austin chapter, although it could apply to others, I might point out. But you talk about earnest sympathy and benign neglect.
Sure.
That seems to sum up not just him, but many others, but particularly apposite to him. Tell him about what you were thinking when you sort of constructed that way of describing the way people felt about him.
Yeah, well, I think that it started off that because he was a guy from the ghetto. He was from Jonestown in Kingston. He was revered because he had made it out of the ghetto, and he was a rare example of someone who had done that and gone on and done good things with their life up until the rebel tours. And then, of course, after that, when he came back, he was ostracized and seen as an embodiment of everything that Jamaica wasn't about, and the West Indies wasn't about. But then later on, I think there was a feeling that these guys, and especially Richard in particular, had been treated too harshly, and that there was a sense of sympathy for what had happened to him, and a sense that perhaps people had gone too far, and I think that they tolerated it, and now that they saw him as a figure of both mirth and mercy, you know, he was a guy that you know, they felt now that they couldn't neglect him any longer, but they didn't want to get too close to him either, because it would mean that they were kind of tarnished. It was almost like he had a sort of leper status, and these rebels had leper status. You know, if he got too close to them and tried to help them, you would be tarnished, and you would sort of catch their rebel disease almost. You know, so I think that's kind of what I meant by that term.
That wasn't necessarily consistent across all of the Caribbean islands. I think you draw a comparison with, I'm going to have to look at my notes for a second, you draw a comparison with Derek Parry, who came from Nevis. So in Jamaica and Barbados, you had a hugely powerful resentment. Before they went, I mean, Michael Manley, the Jamaican Prime Minister, of course, was a hugely outspoken, even though he was a big fan of one or two of the players that went.
Absolutely, yeah.
So some islands have been a lot less forgiving and continue to be unforgiving, whereas somewhere like Nevis, smaller island perhaps, seem to re-embrace and happily welcome back its kind of star. Why do you think that would be?
Yeah, I think that in Nevis, the population is only 12,000 or so. There has to be a sense of community there, and they were very proud of what Derek Parry had done. He was a pioneer, along with El Camino Willett, who was the first guy from Nevis to play for West Indies. So these guys, I mean, you're talking about a very tiny island, tiny pinprick of an island, you know, a speck of the old British Empire, and any sense of their own self autonomy or independence, or anyone who could help them assert their sense of independence in this new world was a hero to them, and I don't think therefore that they wanted to bring him down in the same way that perhaps that happened in Jamaica, where there was you know, there'd been a history of slave rebellions. There'd been the Maroons who'd rebelled against British rule and gone to live in the mountains of inland Jamaica. And as you say, Michael Manley was so vehemently opposed to apartheid that he not only wanted sanctions against South Africa because of it, he also wanted an air, land and sea boycott. He wanted complete and utter sort of ostracism of South Africa. So yeah, there was just a greater history of anti-apartheid sentiment, I think, in somewhere like Jamaica. But in Barbados, at the government level, there was certainly hostility towards the rebels. And when Malcolm Marshall and Desmond Haynes said no to Ali Bakker's offer of many thousands of dollars to come to South Africa, they were greeted at the airport back in Barbados by a minister of government who told them that they'd made a great decision and they were welcomed back as heroes. Yet at the same time, there was a feeling in Barbados, which some people consider Barbados to be a little bit more flexible in its approach to money and matters of self-improvement, and there was a feeling there among the people, at least, that these guys had a right to make their own living, and that they only had a short amount of time to make that living in, so they should be allowed to go to South Africa to make their money.
Well, it's one way you could look at it, and it's massively oversimplistic.
Yep.
But the players were the players not at the core of the, let's say, the West Indies elite for whatever reason.
Yep.
Some you could argue were unfortunate in that, David Murray being one of them. But for whatever reasons, had sort of various behavioural issues that counted against him. But there were those who made money and were smart with it, and there were those who had made money and kind of rapidly lost it, and that somehow differentiates those in a way who have come out of it okay, and those who have been perhaps most scarred with it. Now, is that cause and effect, or are they simply related?
Yeah, it's interesting because guys like Murray and Austin, were into drugs big time before they went to South Africa. And David Murray told me that he used to get high before he went out to keep in the test match, and he said it gave him a good focus during the day. So, some guys were perhaps always going to end up in some kind of turmoil in later life, but I think what South Africa did was it magnified any addictions or any sort of peccadillos that these guys had. I mean, it turned on a switch in their brains that I think wouldn't have been turned on otherwise, and they became, because of South Africa and not being able to cope with the mental side of being ostracized.
David, you bring that to life very, very well, actually, through, I think, the story of David Murray. Now, there's a number of tragic components to that, not least of which is who his dad is. So perhaps you want to just, but the reason I picked in on him is the way you tell his story. He becomes almost it's the wrong words, but a tragicomic figure, particularly him and Collis King together as a kind of a double act. It's almost like, Lear and the Fool. And every so often David Murray pops up with, albeit drunkenly, sort of a moment of comic truth. Tell us a little bit about the interaction of those two, but also about the story of his father.
David doesn't share his father's name because he was born out of wedlock, and that's the way they do things in Barbados. And he grew up with his grandmother, as a lot of guys did. I mean, Derek Parry did as well, Albert Patmore, because a lot of parents moved to England, because England was a promised land, and that's where there was money to be made. So they were brought up by their grandparents. And in David's case, it was said to me that his grandmother really doted upon him, and he was allowed to get away with lots of things that normal kids weren't able to get away with, But he now he's a very lovely guy, and when you meet him, he lives a very minimalist existence. He says peace a lot, and he says love a lot, and he's a very caring kind of guy. But as soon as he touches alcohol or he has too much marijuana, he just changes, and he becomes very difficult to deal with. And I think on the night with Collis, which was a fun night because Collis can handle his rum and David can't. David just became. He was sort of going in and out of almost subconsciousness. He'd come in with a very sort of cutting and insightful comment, and then he'd just sort of drift away, and Collis would be spinning stories, and it was it was kind of, as you say, kind of tragic-comic, but yeah, I think David was a very gifted keeper. Jeffrey Duzon said that he made him look like Dolly Parton behind the stumps. You know, that's how good David Murray was. He was just so damn silky. But you know, Duzon replaced him because on that 81-82 tour of Australia, Murray was once again caught out, you know, with his marijuana consumption, and you know, he was missing team meetings, and even though he took a record 9 catches in the first test against Australia in 1981-82, then by the third test his career was over. He never played again. So yeah, it was an amazing sort of fall from grace. But yeah, it's interesting. I went to the go on, sorry.
No, I was going to say, one of the things you talk about was him crying behind the stumps at one point. When he was fully aware that even as he was about, I think someone came up to him and said, I can't remember who it was, but you know, after the first ball he faced in the tour, that's it, you won't play for the West Indies again. And he realised the kind of the enormity of it.
Yeah, Lawrence Rowe at first slip.
Yeah.
Because David's a very sensitive guy, and in any bunch of 20 men, you're going to get some guys who can handle the pressure and handle you know, being called a traitor or whatever, you know. But there are going to be other guys who it's going to get to, and it's going to be difficult for him. And David's a very sensitive character, and it, as I said, it tipped him over the edge. It tipped Herbert Chang over the edge. It tipped Richard Austin over the edge, you know. It tipped Everton Mattis over the edge, you know. A guy like Colin Croft, you know, to him it was water off a duck's back. Although I have noticed, you know, in recent times that he has expressed some contrition about going on the tours. You know.
Well, you mentioned Lawrence Rowe, who was captain, wasn't he, and therefore quite, I think, instrumental in some of the Ali Bakker's recruitment. Perhaps we should talk as well a little bit about the curious split in South African cricket politics and the roles of the different unions. But let's stick on Lawrence Rowe for a moment. He was a man who did apologise and then kind of unapologised very quickly on a radio interview, and had an honour sort of pulled out from under his feet, all of which seems to suggest the kind of the schizophrenic almost viewpoint that somewhere like Barbados has about the in one way appreciating and applauding the cricketers in what they have done for the island and for the West Indies, at the same time not quite ever being able to forgive them. And this one incident, which I think you know which one I'm talking about, kind of brings that into focus a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. He said to me, and he still says to me, that that was the most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to him in his life. We're talking about the naming of the Sabana Park Players Pavilion in his honour, which happened in 2011, and it seemed like he had been forgiven. This was an initiative of the JCA, the Jamaican Cricket Association. And Rowe, who had sort of fled to Miami after South Africa because of the opprobrium that he got when he came back to Jamaica, and you know, he didn't feel safe there. And when he was in South Africa, he was getting phone calls from his wife saying there were threats to kill him and to burn their house down, all this kind of stuff. I mean, a lot of guys got that. So anyway, he was in Miami. He flies back to Sabana Park for the ceremony. It's during a test match. He gives an apology which seems sincere, although ultimately it wasn't, because he didn't feel he had to apologise. He feels that going to South Africa was a good thing, and then it helped dismantle apartheid, and then it helped show white people in South Africa that black people not only play at the same level as their white counterparts, but beat them as well. But anyway, yeah, he was there. He was there with his wife. It was probably the proudest moment in his life. But the next day, he gave an interview, and he likened himself to Paul Bogle, who was a guy in the 19th century. He rebelled against, led a rebellion against British rule, and is a national Jamaican hero. And Lawrence said that maybe in 30, 40 years we'll be appreciated in the same way and seen as heroes rather than as...
well, I think that's interesting. Yeah, that's definitely something we want to come on with. In his case, did he not...
Yep.
I think he was already kind of a religious persuasion, but doesn't he have a sort of a church-backed cricket foundation that he now, even whilst living, I think, still in Miami, doesn't he, or somewhere in Florida?
Yes.
As one or two of the rebels do, not back in the West Indies, but he is giving something back to the game that gave him a lot.
Yes, and he has helped raise money for ex-players. In fact, they raised $6,000 for Patrick Patterson, who's not well and has mental health issues, and they were actually in the process of raising money for Richard Austin before he died. Lawrence, as I said, it really cut him up, the fact that his name was ultimately taken down from that pavilion, because what happened was that there was such an outcry from certain sectors of Jamaican society about him likening himself or the rebels to Paul Bogle, and ultimately the JCA was forced to take down his name from the Players Pavilion, and Lawrence went to pursue legal action, but it all got too complicated, and he just has to live with that now. But he feels that, as do a lot of people in Jamaica as well, because you got to remember that at the time in 1983, Tony, there was a poll taken, a Carl Stone poll taken for the Jamaica Gleaner newspaper, and that found that 68% of people were actually in favour of the rebels. It was almost like the man on the street was for them, but it was the church, the politicians, the media who were much more anti the tours. But the interesting thing about that stat, the 68% people who were in favour of the rebels going to South Africa, well, half of those apparently didn't even know what apartheid was. So,
it was one of the players was asked, wasn't he, what he felt about Nelson Mandela. You don't reveal who the player was, but the answer was something along the lines of, I don't know, we've never played against him.
Exactly.
So there was a sense of innocence is the wrong word. But what would be interesting is to dig a little bit at the sort of unusual circumstances that were happening. So you had, as I understand it, the South African Cricket Union, Dr. Ali Bakker. When the players were recruited, as we said, they were primarily fringe or edge players who were more vulnerable to approach. They went on 2 tours. But interestingly, they got a phenomenal reception. They maybe had to almost sign a document, and you all know whether this was true or not, to almost be honorary white men in the country, to allow them to be treated differently. But they were revered everywhere they went. They were treated as heroes. White South African kids couldn't get enough of them. So there is some strength to their argument, regardless of the financials and where they sit on that they were poking one in the eye of a hideously corrupt government by actually being heroes to white kids. Yet at the same time, they were actually, supporting, albeit in error, the apartheid government that was using the tour as a kind of a smoke and mirrors thing.
Sure.
Talk us through a little bit about that sort of, because it's quite hard to unpick in your brain that sort of complex mix, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. Look, there's no doubt that the West Indies side were revered when they went over there, and are hero worshipped. I mean, Collis King and Sylvester Clarke, probably the two dominant figures on the tours. Sylvester Clarke just about ended Barry Richards' career with his incredible performances, and that throat ball that Richards could no longer keep out. But I think their athleticism, their joviality, their friendliness. This was seeing black people in a light that they hadn't seen them before. This is white South Africans. So white South Africans were used to the black people as miners or maids or servants or angry unionists, you know, that they hadn't seen this side of what a black person or any person could be, really, and so it was a revelation to them. And so I think there is some credibility in that idea that maybe white eyes in South Africa were opened by the West Indies rebel tours, but by the same token, black South Africa was pretty unanimous in not wanting them to tour there, because they didn't want to have normal sport with any country in an abnormal society, because to them it was giving credence to that society. It was ramming home the fact that
it's the circus analogy, isn't it?
Yeah, you guys are getting off all right, but we're look at us and look what's happening to us every day. And I've got this magazine here, Tony. It's called Calypso Cavaliers. Can you see that?
Yep. Yeah, I can indeed.
Yep. And it's a story of the 1983 tour, and there's a couple of press cuttings in it, and one of them's a letter writer to a Johannesburg newspaper. He suggests that the West Indian cricketers touring South Africa should be executed for the decision to visit the country. So you had some very extreme views, you know, and these were justifiably extreme, because it almost felt like, to some black people, that it was almost like they were being mocked by having people
said
of colour there.
He'd rather die than sell his soul. I might have paraphrased him wrongly, but the sympathy was there. Time's going to beat us soon, Ashley. That's the pressure of a lunchtime interview. Yes. I already want to have a stage 2 with you, if you'd be open to it, because I feel we've only begun to scratch the surface.
Haven't we? Yep.
I do want to just ask you one closing question,
sure.
Which is, how do you feel ultimately that those rebel tourists will be judged? And having met them all and told their personal stories, how do you personally feel? So, you know, what conclusion have you reached in your mind and heart, and what do you think history has reached?
I think one of the good things about the book is that history is now more understanding of them and why they went, and they're not just seen as this sort of this group of monster rebels. Every player had his own reason for going, and often those reasons were hard to argue against. I mean, it's easy for us in the first world to say, well, you know, you shouldn't do this or you shouldn't do that because you're going to aid and abet apartheid. But it's different when you come from such an impoverished region, and this is a ticket out of poverty. I think so Alison Rudd in the Times, she said that the book isn't so much about missionaries and mercenaries. It's also about lost souls, and I think what the tours did was it turned guys who had bright futures into these sort of ghostly figures, these lost souls who ended up in the margins of history, and I think that's kind of sad, and I feel like this is giving the guys justice. It's giving them justice on a human level, not so much on the decision they made, because I think in hindsight most people would think that the decision was wrong in terms of these guys coming from the West Indies, these guys going to a country that discriminated against people of their race. You know, I think it's hard to justify that on a principled level, but
giving them that justice, I think, and that voice and the explanation and the story around it has done them a huge justice. It's certainly done any reader a huge service, because it's a terrific book to read. Actually, thank you. I'm just going to remind people that Amazon, any good bookseller will have this book. It's been nominated.
Bookseller in the UK.
India? Yes, no?
God, I hope so. I hope Amazon can get it there, but at this stage we don't have any agent there. Yeah.
Okay, well let's hope so, because we speak so. I'm going to hand over to, thank you again Ashley, going to hand over to Nigel Henderson to take us through the afternoon session, and this is nicely poised, Hendo.
Oh, it is, isn't it? It really is. 159 for 5.
Yeah, well, that was a good interview with Ashley Gray there about the Rebel West Indian tour. Sorry to tell you people, if anyone's listening, which I doubt you are, because you probably figured it out, it's still shitting it down. Well, it's not, it's a mizzle. But it may as well be shitting it down, because there's no play, and it looks really dark, and the covers are still on, and nothing is really happening. We will this morning, we're going to play highlights this afternoon, because there's only so much wibble you can actually do. Speaking of which, I need to line up some highlights for you. We're going to give you the final of the Dick Weller Broad Alzat Trophy, and it was the Fat People versus the MST Spectacle People, I think. Anyway, it's Tony versus the cheating Hendo, I'm going to call him. If you're listening, Hendo, you know you were cheating. You were dastardly at it. So whilst I line that up, which won't take me a second, in fact I'm ready to go now. So here we go, it's the Dick Weller Broad Trophy final.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. But first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away. We will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket.
2 weeks, thrills and spills, more threes than you can shake a stick at, an unfeasible number of no balls. This festival of tabletop cricket for the laptop age comes to an end, where it pretty much all started back in those warm-up games. Nigel Henderson's Fat Lot of Use 11 snuck into the semi-finals and entertained and shithoused their way into the final. The making a spectacle of themselves 11, helmed by Tony Bishop, have been the runaway successes of the tournament. Undefeated, unbeaten, undone. Let's see. Welcome, hello everybody, to Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of the Dick Well Abroad Owlsat Trophy final. It's been incredibly exciting so far. We're very excited to have actual cricket back very, very soon. But in the meantime, we'll bring you to the shuddering, juddering climax of fake cricket. I am your social media host and scorer, Knuckle M. Pandey. And I'm joined by the sighing, darkened man, Nigel Henderson.
Well, I'm all for a bit of a shuddering, juddering climax.
And on that horrible image, Tony Bishop.
I'm speechless at just the thought of that shuddering, juddering, hendo climaxing. But yes, here I am and delighted to be here.
And waving
Don't
in.
forget.
Sorry, Tony. And waving into view the fine fingers of Nigel the Bear Walker.
Not what they've been described on the WhatsApp group as, I might add.
He'll be, I'm staying out of such things. We'll be going over to him for the toss in a second. Tony will have the call, but should say, of course, that we are doing this not just for fun and entertainment, yours and ours, but to raise some money for our dear friends, the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. We've managed to raise just shy of 300 quid so far, which has been fantastic, but we want to push that over the 350 mark, or even the 400 markers, if at all possible. They do fantastic work researching treatment, prevention, and hopefully eventually cure of type 1 diabetes, which is a disease that affects millions of people in the UK and elsewhere, and it's of course very dear to our hearts. It robbed us of our dear friend and commentator and colleague Dan Lucas a few years ago. Tony has a personal connection to it as well, with his son being affected by type 1 diabetes. We've been working with them for a few years, and we're continuing that. We've done a fantastic podcast that Tony did with Dan Newman from JDRF UK, which you can go and listen to, telling everybody more about his journey with type 1 and JDRF's work. But yeah, please do go to the crowdfunding link that's in the pinned tweet on our timeline. It's also on Facebook and in the video descriptions of the videos on YouTube and Facebook. Hello YouTube and Facebook. Hello Twitter as well. We'll be coming to your social media comments shortly. In fact, we've got one already from Sam from the ADS. Says, first, and you guys are so cool on YouTube. Yes we are. And on Twitter, Leah, who's changed her name to Leah. Hello Leah, soon to lose this shithole.
Which particular hole?
Aren't we all? Hello Gorillas, much more cricket just after final and none of that third place playoff nonsense. Who are we? FIFA?
I must say that the third place playoff was an idea to shame those people who failed to make the final, rather than actually, because you really need a third and a fourth in a
It worked. They were too ashamed to turn up.
Exactly.
They were so ashamed they couldn't be bothered. Yes, in an 8-team tournament. So that was the voice of Nigel Henderson and the voice of Tony Bishop. Bear, over to you for the all-important toss. Tony Bishop as the nominated away team for this tournament. You have the call for this final. You have
I
the call.
will go heads.
Heads it is. It's a head. Tony, what are you going to do?
I will field.
They're making a spectacle of themselves. 11 have chosen to field first. Big call in a final, of course. Run us through your 11, Tony. We understand you are unchanged from the semi-final, and indeed from the final group game, in fact, or the second group game, in fact, you've had you unchanged 11.
Yeah, point of order very quickly for the production bear. I think I can still see. Oh no, the scorecard's changed. Perfect. My 11. Jeffrey Boycott, add 2 wickets to the score. Eddie Barlow, David Steele, paid in lamb chops. The magnificent, elegant right-hander Zahir Abbas. MJK Smith, everybody's best friend. Sir Clive, passenger of the Bear Lloyd. Dick Young, wicketkeeper. 135, I think he is, but he's you count the number of stumpings he's got in this tournament. He's been no mug with the gloves. Percy Fender, the Maverick from Surrey, of course. Alf Valentine, cricket, lovely cricket. You're right, my one change in the entire series, Jack Leach, famously now, of course, trod on a rake down there at Taunton, carelessly left out by the Somerset groundsman, which sprung up, smacked him in the eye. He still hasn't recovered, so in came Paul Allott. And the one and only, you guys are history, Devon Malcolm is the spearhead of my pace attack. In fact, he's the only pace in my pace attack.
That pace attack and non-pace attack will be steaming into bowl at Hendo. Run us through your 11 and your openers. You're also unchanged from through most of the tournament, in fact.
Well, yeah, I mean, the first game, of course, when Gary had to step in, he made a couple of changes to my preferred lineup, and we got back on track. And of course, we're now in the final, which is, it might have been easier had Gary stuck with my team, but I'm not going to say anything about that. Mohammad Shahzad will open along with Mark Cosgrove. That was the only thing I was thinking about. Mark Cosgrove hasn't really set the tournament alight. Thought about pushing WG up to open and taking on Inzamam Al Haq or Mike Gassing, but in the end, Cosgrove gets it as right hand, left hand partnership at the top. WG Grace at 3, coming in at 4. The captain, Warwick Armstrong, the big ship. Arjuna Ranatunga, Samit Patel, purely because of his jingle. Ian Botham after 1984, who's been better than the Ian Botham before 1984 in this tournament. Rakeem Cornwall, who we're expecting to see a lot of this summer in many ways. I mean, you always see a lot of Rakeem Cornwall because there is a lot of him. Ian Austin, Dwayne Leverock. Now, what a revelation Dwayne Leverock has been with bat and ball. 8 for 34 in the semi-final. And bringing up the rear, in a way, as you might expect from a man who calls everyone arsewipe, it's Merv Hughes.
Those are the 11s. It is, just to remind you, a one innings game, unlimited overs. Declarations are possible. We've seen a few of those, but it seems to have gone rather out of fashion in this tournament, as it has in Test cricket. The making a spectacle of themselves 11 have won the toss and will field first here at Trent Bridge. And bowling from the which end is going to be whom?
Bowling from the pavilion end is going to be Devon. You guys are history, Malcolm.
Well, Devon Malcolm.
Hold on, he's got a jingle.
Of course.
Is he going to bowl at Shazam first?
Yeah.
Malcolm Devon, and his neck so small that you can hardly see. And in 94 the ciphers fell one by one. 9 for 57 from Devon Malcolm.
Bowling 2.
This isn't just another Afghan cricketer. All new Mohammad Shahzad, with class-leading power and a 3-ton towing capacity. There's never been so much innovation in a cricketer. Mohammad Shahzad gets the tough jobs done.
Right.
Umpire Erasmus says, play!
Point of order.
Yeah.
Rules.
Come on.
There will be no fucking questioning me if it's in the middle of an over. If it's the end of an over and I roll and you're not ready, that's a different matter. But no, none of that. If it's a fifth ball of the over and you're just warbling on and I roll the dice, that counts. I'm the ref.
Well, I'm not sure about that. You have to agree with the captains. Are you happy with that, Tony?
I'll let you know when it
Yeah,
happens.
yeah,
And who it happens to.
That's the rules. I'm in
Happens
charge.
to you, I'm probably not bothered.
Right, here goes.
Right.
First ball.
Okay. Devon Malcolm coming in from the pavilion end. He bowls to Shazad, and Shazad is away immediately. He tucked that with consummate ease, using the pace of the ball to take it away behind square leg, and he'll hurry back for a third. What a good start from the Fat Use 11. Malcolm again in. Oh, and now Mark Cosgrove is making up for lost ability by crunching that through the offside for 4, and it's 7 for no wickets.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Continuing the points of order, should we have a jingle for Mark Cosgrove, who's not often been said to be lacking ability, to be fair?
I meant in this tournament, to be honest. He hasn't really come good, but he did play that
actually-
shot particularly well.
Can we have a jingle?
Yes.
Cosgrove's alright, but nothing great. Bats left and bowls right. Cosgrove's alright, played for his
Yeah, not-
state. But then he got dropped, cause he was overweight. Cosgrove's alright.
Pretty sure we haven't had that jingle very often in this tournament, probably because he's not been out there very long.
Well, I tend to play the opener who's facing, and then he gets out.
In comes Malcolm again, and Cosgrove leans into this again, once more picking his spot to the right hand of extra cover, and that is sped away to the boundary edge for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Malcolm now just wanders back to his run, comes into Cosgrove. This time he airs on line on the leg stump, and it's tickled away, gone very fine indeed. There's a man running around from long leg. He's going to get back for a third. This is a very good and positive start against Malcolm. We've got 5 wickets in the semi. In he comes again and bowls, and crunched again by Mohammad Jazad. This one over the top of extra cover, who needs to use the ground, put it in the air and put it out to the boundary.
Want to come? Of course, it did use the ground slightly.
Eventually, yes. And he's going to take a single off the final ball, as that one is played into the mid-wicket region. That is the end of the over. Shazad will keep the strike. I should have said that, of course, Malcolm was a destroyer-in-chief in the group game between these two, and took, I think it was it 5 for 27, Tony? Something like
5 for 45, including Cosgrove, and WG first ball.
that. Yeah, absolutely. So these batsmen have got a point to prove against Devon Malcolm. Anyway, who's going to be up in the bowling for you at the other end?
Well, just Joel bring up to date with the score and some social media commentary. The Fat Lot of Use 11, having been put in by the Making a Spectacle themselves 11, on 19 for no loss off the first over. Mohammad Shazad is on 8 off 3. Mark Cosgrove on 11. Finals are either classics or massacres. Which will this be? I wonder. Durban Oak says, afternoon. Assuming you're having the finally, because Hendo's been made unemployed again. Lennox Lear says, I think Tony missed a trick there by not including the later incarnation of Verinder Sehwag in the Making a Spectacle of themselves 11. There is qualifying footage, and indeed there is. And Pirate Badshah at large says, afternoon, old salts. Come on, ye fat boys. Stumpings and no balls aplenty. We have some commentary with us on Facebook. Llewellyn Cave says, Hendo and Bish, life is good. And Davey Pat says, yo lads, what's the crack? Glad you're alive and all that. We're glad we're alive too. Cricket's almost here.
Oh, I'm getting so excited near the ball. You know, it's those last few minutes. It's like the last 10 minutes of a train journey. The nearer it gets, the longer it seems to take, the more excited you get.
I'm watching all the footage from the intra-squad warm-up game and the scorecards and reading the tea leaves. Who are they going to pick? Who are they not going to pick? It's all very exciting. Anyway, who's bowling the second over?
Well, with the man with the vector of infection in his hand, is going to be none other than Paul Allott.
Let's get all those jokes out of the way before the test series starts.
Yeah, I guess he's okay, but wait up, here's the kicker. He's Paul Allott. He was 6'4". He should have bowled much quicker.
True.
Yeah, he probably should do, but there you go. He's a wily old trooper, and he's coming in to bowl to Shazad, and Shazad says, "Don't bowl me a full toss on leg stump, because I will swing you away all the way over mid wicket, and without a bounce, it will disappear into the crowd." Alex goes back to his mark, comes in again, and Shazad is looking in good form. He's trying to get away quickly here, give them a great start. He's going to pick up 3 more as that runs out towards deep mid-wicket. And it's retrieved by Percy Fender, but they still get back for that 3rd run. Bringing Cosgrove down to face. Cosgrove will just keep the score rotating. He just tickles that away into the onside. The left-hander, he's just not quite getting his line here, Paul Allett. It's another single. Allett back to his mark, comes in, bowls, and this time Shazad will pick up 2 more. Backward a square, going towards deep backward point. In comes Allett again, looking for this breakthrough, but it won't come there. But it's 3 more. He didn't quite get all of that as he tried to pull a slightly shorter one, rather bottom edged it, but he will get 3 because there's nobody out there at the deep mid wicket boundary. It's going to be chased by Fender again. He's having to do a lot of work already for an old man, and
One to come.
Gets up the other end. In comes Allett, and it's 3 more. The 3s are just flowing from the blades of Shazad and Cosgrove. Cosgrove will keep the strike as this one is to the left hand of 3rd man, who's chased round the boundary by 20 yards to get to that, and that is the end of the over. What's the score?
Yeah, end of the 2nd over. Actually, Allett pulled that over back quite well after that first ball at 6, not being hit for a boundary for the rest of the over. Still 18 off it, 37 for no loss. The fat lot of use 11 having been put into bat. Cosgrove is on 15. Shazad is on 22.
And it'll be Cosgrove to face, will it not?
Will indeed.
Yes. And Malcolm
Yep, Devon's been having a word with Clive Lloyd. Disappointing start for him, but he's pretty stoked now, so he will continue.
It's coming into Cosgrove, and there's a big shout. This time Malcolm, and it's not out. It was bouncing. It was just going over the top, and Cosgrove survives to fight. Well, today actually, not another day. And he's had another appeal. This is outlandish stuff from Malcolm, and it's always been given this time. Well, I thought that was too high as well, but surely it's not, because Erasmus has given it. And poor Cosgrove, who was looking good at last in this tournament, has unfortunately fallen to the great Devon.
Yeah, another one thing nor t'other from Mark Cosgrove in this tournament, really. 15 off 7, which is quite pedestrian in the context of this tournament. Just the 2 4s. LBW to Devon Malcolm. 2.2 overs gone, 37 for 1. The fat lot of use 11 having been put into bat in this final.
It'll be the great WG coming to the crease.
Or indeed the great WG.
WG Grace, of course, the only man in this tournament to have been brought up on an orchard.
Really?
Cool.
Okay.
Stunned silence.
Absolutely. He's in, bowls to WG Grace, and WG avoids getting a first baller, as he did in the group game, tickles that away into the offside, and jogs in a leisurely fashion, befitting a Victorian gentleman, through to the other end. In again, bowls to Shazad. Shazad lofts again over the top of extra, although he skived it a little bit, skewed it a little bit. They will get back for 3 as the ball spins away from David Steele, who finally gets there and hurls it in left arm over the stumps. WG back down to face Devon, and he's going to pick up 2 here, as this one is again just pushed into the onside past the man at mid wicket. Poor old Percy Vender having to do more work on a very hot day.
One to come.
He's in again, ball to Shazad, and Shazad will keep the strike. WG will keep the strike, because he hits 3 more here. Once more, he's picking that area just to the right of mid-wicket and forcing poor old Percy. Percy's going to be exhausted before he has a chance to bowl. That is the end of the over.
Yeah, very good one indeed for the making a spectacle of themselves 11. Just the 9 runs off it in 1 wicket. There hasn't been a boundary for 11 balls, and in fact, there have only been 4 boundaries in the 3 overs thus far. 46 for 1, the fat lot of use. 11 having been put into bat. WG Grace is on 6 off 3. Mohammed Shazad is 25 off 8. More social medias. Nestle Boy says, buggering hell, it's hot out. The Ghost of Zoob says, now this is a game that is to my liking. The good old days when life was so simple, I was still alive and didn't qualify for the fat side. Leah seemed to leave this shithole, which we've now discovered is Munich, which I am to leave for Hanover in the foreseeable future. I really hope Mr. Dawood Ibrahim from Mumbai doesn't know how's that, because I stand to win a princely sum from him if there are no runners. Dawood Ibrahim, a notorious Mumbai gangster of recent times. We've got a few people with us. Somebody with a name in Hindi script, which unfortunately I can't read, but hi. Says hi, so hi.
Hi. Who's facing? Is it Mohammed Shahzad?
It is WG.
WG to face, and who's bowling, Tony?
Well, before you do, I should just point out when you talked about W.G. Grace being brought up on an orchard, Stephen Smith's grandmother was also brought up on an orchard.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, thank you for that. How do you know that?
Stephen.
Sake. Let it sink in. He'll get there in the end. In the meantime, it's going to be Paul Allett to continue.
Oh dear, too subtle for the likes of the fat lot of use. Come on, I mean, you know, we prefer sort of slapstick. We you know.
Oh God.
Humour we're into.
You know, Steve Smith's mom is from Doncaster.
Is that actually true? Mine obviously was total nonsense, but well, there you go.
There you go. Right, so it's Paul Allett coming in to bowl to WG Grace, and here he is up past the umpire onto the crease. He bowls, and it's smacked by WG Grace, who eased himself into his innings with a couple of runs, but now is launching, and it's what they've all come to see.
First boundary in 12 balls.
Well, that's broken the spell. In comes Allett again. Bowls to WG Grace, who thought about hitting it for 4 while the dice poised for a little while, but it rolled over onto a 6, and so it's gone out of the ground from WG Grace. Successive maximums.
2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
Yeah, we're just seeing that again. It just landed on the sponge.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
The Victoria sponge, given Hendo's team.
Wow,
the Victorian sponge, indeed. The Victorian sponge, WG Grace, going to get 3 runs this time as he flicks it away through square leg, and he's very happy now with 15 from his first 3 balls. Allett then to bowl to Mohammed Shahzad. He's coming into the small Afghani, and Afghani is
small.
Well, he tucks that away backward a square. Lovely little late cut, really, from the man himself. He goes on to, what does he go on to?
27 off 9, 1 4 and 1 6. By the way, that first 6 of the over brought the 50 up. 63 for 1 now with 2 balls left in the 4th over. By the way, I think that's the only time Mohammed Shahzad's ever been referred to as small.
Tiny in height, but particularly rotund. In comes Allett again to bowl to Shahzad, and Shahzad is thinking about what he's going to do with this, and he gets a little inside edge onto the pad, but they run through for a very sneaky single. Well spotted that by WG, and another run is added to the scorecard.
1 to come.
Final ball of the over
With that,
and all that came back into who's out there?
Grace.
WG.
Grace.
And he just manages to push that into the onside again through the mid-wicket region, and he'll come back for a second. But that is the end of over number
4. Yeah, 20 runs off that over to go with 18 from the first over. Consistent from Paul Allett in that he started overs badly and finished them quite well. After 4 overs, 66 for 1, the fat lot of use 11 having been put in to bat. Mohammed Shahzad is 28 off 10. WG Grace is 23 off 7. Yet to hit a 4, but has hit 2 6s. Jeff Perkins says, I asked the Ghost of Zoob on Twitter whether there were indeed fat ghosts. And Jeff Perkins says, ectoplasm is very low in carbs and protein, so yeah, lots of slimy fat in those greasy ghosts. Leah says, if Smith's grandmother looks anything like him, I think it is more likely she was brought up in an orc yard than an orchard. Nestle Boy says, I am transfixed by Hendo's swirly ceiling pattern.
Oh yes, it's
That'll be the Artex.
It's coming back into fashion in about 15 years, apparently.
it looks like an upside down mattress. It looks like you've actually got a mattress on top of you rather than underneath you.
My whole home is a mattress, Tony.
Remember to turn your ceiling every 6 months. Who's bowling the 5th?
Devon's going to continue. He's been buoyed by the wicket of, was it Cosgrove?
The wicket
It
of
was. So
Cosgrove.
he's going to have at least one more over.
And he's bowling to
Mohammad Shahzad.
Mohammad Shahzad. He's in, he bowls to Shahzad, and Shahzad hits him for 4, stood up on his tiny toes, his fat little pinky, and thrashed it away through the offside for 4. And that's his highest score in the tournament. What a day to do it. He goes to 31, or 32 even.
32.
In he comes again. Oh no, there's a big appeal. That one came back into him, and it's been given. Oh, I thought it was LBW, but it's run off the pad and it's just dislodged a bail, the leg bail. How unfortunate could Mohammad Shahzad be? It's a rather fortuitous breakthrough for Devon Malcolm.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah.
Yeah, Devon Malcolm continuing to enjoy his work against the Fat Lot of East 11. 5 for in the first game now, 2 for 32 off 2.2 overs. Mohammad Shahzad bowled by Devon Malcolm for 32 off 12, 2 fours and a 6. Again, not a particularly impressive strike rate in the context of this tournament at 266.67 runs per 100 balls, 70 for 2 after 4.2 overs. And does this bring the large vessel to the middle?
It does, and joining the Victorian out in the middle is a man from Victoria. It's Warwick Armstrong.
That's one easy run for a man. But a bloody marathon for a solid one.
That's a weird jingle.
It is very weird indeed. Warwick Armstrong, the captain, waits for his first ball, and he's immediately into his stride. He gets that front foot well out to an over-pitch delivery from Devon Malcolm and creams it square through cover for 4 runs. The captain off in fine style. He waits for Malcolm in again. He bowls, and he's again. He tried to adjust it. Malcolm bowled it shorter, but it was outside off stump. It gave enough width to Warwick Armstrong, and he has carted that up and over cover this time, and it's gone for 4.
There's not one more for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
What a fine start by the big ship. He waits for the next delivery from Devon Malcolm, who is in, and he bowls. And it's an appeal! Surely not the big one. No, it's a no ball. He's overstepped, as poor old Devon Malcolm. It's relief for the Fat Lot of East 11.
Yes, super delivery from Big Dev, but just as we saw Shannon Gabriel in the intra-squad game that's been going on, fantastic delivery, but a no ball.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Shannon Gabriel, of course, well known for his no balls, isn't he? Devon Malcolm, not so much, but he's already got the wind up him because he's got that wicket and just straining a little bit too much. This time, Warwick Armstrong will ease into double figures as a straighter ball is worked off his hips towards mid-wicket, and they'll come back for a leisurely second.
Want to come.
Final ball of the over. Warwick Armstrong gets a short one from Malcolm. Top edge. Is it going to fall into the hands of the man at deep fine leg? No, it's cleared him. It's cleared him, and it's 6 runs for Armstrong. He gets away with it. I suppose a moral victory to Devon Malcolm, but look at the scorecard.
Yes, look at that scorecard. A weird over from Devon Malcolm. 4 wicket, 4, no ball, 2, 6, 21 off it, including that no ball, plus the wicket of Mohammad Shahzad. That scorecard also says Warwick Armstrong, 16 off 5. WG Grace, who'll be facing 23 off 7 after 5 overs having been put into bat. The Fat Lot of East 11, 87 for 2.
It's been a better start for the Fat Lot of East 11. We've quite regularly found ourselves in the 50s for 5 down, so there'll be quite
but it's going to
an actual platform for a lower middle order for once. Roger McCann is watching on Facebook Live.
Rog,
he lives.
Hello, Rog. Right.
Hi, Rog.
Right, who's bowling
then?
Oh,
Paul Allett, who's gone for 38. Hasn't extracted anything positive from the Bears' digits of doom, so he's going to be replaced by the man immortalised by Lord Beginner in the Victory Calypso, none other than the slow left arm of Alf Valentine.
Coming up in this time, the image of a man aging like fine wine. Alf Valentine, Alf Valentine.
Ah, yes, the wonderful To The Alf Valentine will come on to bowl. He's bowling WG Grace. Oh my goodness me, 2 giants of the game. But that one, as he aimed a sweep, he just got his leg outside off stump. It was a very close run thing, but Erasmus had to say no. I'm very sorry, Alfie. That is not out. In comes Valentine again, left arm round the wicket, and this time WG Grace does sweep and connects quite well. The ball is running with the spin away down from the man at deep backward square, and they will get back for a third. In comes Valentine again, just a couple of steps in. Oh, and well struck that man, Warwick Armstrong, back over the head of the bowler, and that has been a very flat 6 indeed. And even a 4, that's
Even
how
a
flat
4.
it was.
So flat it landed 15 yards inside the rope.
Excellent stuff from Warwick Armstrong. Faces up to the next delivery, and oh, he's rolled back, and there's another appeal as he tries to sweep. And he's been caught, I think, behind. I think he got a little inside edge onto the pad. It looped up, and Dick Young ran round from behind the stumps, has claimed it. There's some dispute going on there. Warwick Armstrong's not sure that he got an edge on that, but I think he's being told to go.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Lively work from behind and then in front of the stumps by Richard Alfred Young here of the, I think, only 2 test matches for England. Warwick Armstrong, the Fat Lot of Use captain, gone for 20 off 7 3-4s and 1 6, 94 for 3 after 5.4 overs.
Well, it is. It's the lineup, the Fat Lot of Use 11 lineup. They're promising more than they're producing. They've had to rely on the lower order, and it could happen again now. But on his way to the middle this time, a man who should get some runs. Surely he's got the class. It's Arjuna Ranatunga. Hello. Didn't play a jingle.
Yeah, well, you still got ball.
Oh,
No.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Go on. Off you go. Off you go. Oh, John. He's not even been out there. It's a no ball. And quite right. That was absolutely outrageous from the match referee, and quite right that that should be called a no ball.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Valentine had the element of surprise and then
Was
blew
that
it.
the ICC?
Right. As you've now requested,
Mike's
you'll
have
get
a
it.
word.
Now I ain't saying he's a fat bugger, but Arjuna ain't skipping out on no cheeseburger. Put a muffler on a good length. Arjuna Ranatunga's gonna go and get it.
Durban Oak says.
What happened there was that.
Sorry, Durban Oak says we all know what's going to happen. Hendo will win because he'll get upset if he doesn't.
Well, I mean, if you've got to win somehow, haven't you?
Occasionally I forget to play a jingle. It doesn't mean the ball doesn't count, mate.
Well, listen, the thing is, Arjuna Ranatunga was taking guard when Valentine just suddenly turned and bowled, and then quite rightly he protested to the umpire who had sent it upstairs, and I think the right
here comes the
decision
next
has been
ball.
made.
2 to come.
Alf Valentine then into Arjuna Ranatunga, and it's going to be 3 runs this time as he goes on to the back foot and forces through the onside, and he's away.
1 to come.
In again, bowls to WG Grace. WG Grace is going to get a couple here as he steers this back past the bowler. It means man at mid-off has to run back to chase that. Well done by that man, Clive Lloyd.
And that ends the 6th over, an eventful one. Dot 3-4, wicket, no ball to 3-2. Pretty decent over from Alf Valentine, 13 runs off it. After 6th, 100 up for the Fat Lot of Use 11, 100 for 3, which is far better than they've managed through the tournament thus far. Arjuna Ranatunga on 3 off 2. WG Grace 28 off 10. What else have we got on the social medias? That's it for now. Please do donate to the crowdfunder. justgiving.com/DB-LZAT-trophy. There's a reason I'm not reading that out all the time because it's quite long and unwieldy, but it's pinned to our Twitter and Facebook feeds, and it's in the video description of this video of this game on Facebook and on YouTube. Please do give generously to help us help JDRF UK combat type 1 diabetes, and also help us out a little bit as well as we enter a brave new world of guerrilla broadcasting. Remote guerrilla broadcasting will be a thing for the West Indies series.
It will. It means I won't have to sit in the same room as the bear, which is wonderful news. We will be at least 11 miles apart. And,
I am currently
for anyone who's ever experienced the bear in person, that is
on YouTube. People can see me giving you the finger.
Yeah, I know they can, but I can't, so I don't mind. Who's going to bowl, Tony?
Well, Percy Fender is going to see if he can extract anything out of the dubious digited one.
Do we know whether he's going to bowl?
He's bowling medium pace, Hendo.
Percy Fender.
Yes, indeed, Percy Fender. He had to do a lot of running early on in this game. He's in the field. He comes on to bowl to Arjuna Ranatunga, and Ranatunga smacks this medium pace filth back, almost cross batted down the ground for 6 wonderful runs.
2, 4, 6.
Good start for Arjuna, man of course credited with developing the idea of pinch hitting in the '96 World Cup. Here comes Fender again. He will not surrender to him, and well, that was extraordinary, because that looked like it had gone off the pitch, found the edge, and it's just gone wide of the wicketkeepers. Means third man has come round to field. That man is Eddie Barlow, and they get through for a single. Brings WG Grace down to face. In comes Fender to WG, and WG is going to get another 3 here. He's going to have to run fast though if he wants to get that. He's coming back for the third. It could be dangerous, but he's just going to get there as the bails are whipped off by Dick Young. But, he has survived. Has Ranatunga. Difficult for these fat men to run 3. It really is exhausting for them, especially as they've had a lot of raw eggs today. This one is smacked for 4 by Arjuna Ranatunga onto the back foot, standing on his toes and driving through extra cover. Lovely, technically perfect shot. In comes Fender again. He drops this one a little bit short. He goes back, he swivels, he smashes it. It's gone high, it's gone long. It's cleared the boundary. It's 20 rows back. 6 more runs for Arjuna Ranatunga.
One to come.
And then final ball of the over. He bowls, and there's going to be 2 more for Ranatunga. He's going to have to get those legs pumping. He does to get back for that second one, as that was sent away through mid wicket. And that is the end of the over, and the score is...
After 7 overs having been put into bat, the Fat Lot of Use 11 in this Dick Willabroad Alzat Trophy final are 122 for 3. WG Grace is 31 off 11. Arjuna Ranatunga scoring much faster, 22 off 7. That pair of 6s in that over means that was the best over of the innings for the Fat Lot of Use 11, 22 runs off it.
Well, I did say Percy Fender was a little bit tired. He had to do a lot of work in the field early on, and maybe that's taken it out of him as a man of his dotage. Anyway, who's going to be bowling? Is it going to be Alf Valentine?
Before we come to that,
Valentine 1 for 12 in the last over. Should have been 3, so he will continue the attack.
Yeah, just before we come to Alf's second over, the 8th of the innings, Jeff Perkins says, just remote broadcasting mean Hendo has to buy his own beer. Sounds like a win for the bear.
Very much so.
I am going to be a little bit worried about the lack of pastries. I do have to say that could be tricky. I mean, I need at least 2 pan of chocolates to get going in the morning, so that could be.
Just Eat can deliver them for you, Hendo.
Oh, can they just 2? What? It's hardly worth it for 2 croissants, is it?
Well, for all day's cricket, you're going to need more than that.
Yeah, true. That's very true. Anyway, it's Alf Valentine bowling to WG Grace, and in he comes, left arm round the wicket. He bowls to WG. WG just dismisses him. He stood there, waited for it. It was floated up, and he drove it back over his head, and it's a couple of bounces and 4 runs.
WG is now the highest scorer in the innings with 35 off 12.
Well, they've come to see him bat in a final, and he's batting well in a final at the moment. He's waiting for the next ball through. Valentine, but this could be the end for him. There's a big appeal, a massive appeal, but would you believe it? His trailing leg has gone wide of the return crease, and it's been called a no ball. Extraordinary stuff.
No need for the firing squad because it was a back foot no ball, but still.
But there you go, and WG Grace celebrates his let-off by picking up another 3 as he sweeps deep into the outer, And runs back. Next delivery is bowled. Another appeal, this time against Arjuna Ranatunga. And he's been given LBWs. He tried to sweep up the Sri Lankan, just trying to play one attacking shot too many early in the innings. And he's been trapped by Alf Valentine.
Yeah, Arjuna not learning from the non-turning demon left-arm spin exploits of Dwayne Leverock. Alf Valentine doing much the same thing, the Ranganahara special, and the former Sri Lankan captain is gone for 22 off 8, 1-4 and 2 sixes. Ends what has not been an especially good tournament for the wily Sri Lanka, but that brings a real crowd pleaser to the middle.
Indeed it does. It's
at 130 at 130 for 4 halfway through the 8th over.
I'm going to say damn it, but it is going to be Summit.
Summit. Yes, Doug. I've got something to say.
Sit back. You got a minute and a half.
We got pinged for copyright on YouTube for this.
Skillful way.
Yeah, we did. And Facebook.
Beat the other players to the lunch buffet.
Oh, Dad. Oh, Dad.
For the first time this series you ran it. The cheese board's now ours, so let's scram it. But please don't take pomegranate. I've one thing to say, and that's damn it, Summit. There's Irish stew. Your belly's no longer like granite. The corset's not working, let's can it. Your moves are approaching Titanic. I've one thing to say, and that's damn it, Summit. There's Birth on Crew. Andy Flower thinks that you're a joker, and you need to share the stone or two. But your diet plan is mediocre. So SAMIT, let's try a poo-a-oo. Oh, this jingle's nicer than Ravi Bopoha.
Oh, Dad.
Now I'm full up and I'm so glad.
Oh, Dad.
That I could kick you in the gonads.
Oh, Dad.
Tom Curson on YouTube says, "This is amazing." And I was just watching the Facebook Live subtitles through that jingle, and it talked about Summit ramming the cheese board.
Has been known, but actually on his way out he's never batted with WG Grace before, and he's very honoured, and he has walked up to him and he has presented him with one of his bounties. And I think that will be useful for WG Grace because his blood sugar was getting a little bit low, and I think he'll be very happy to have had the beautiful coconut flavoured snack.
It's giving him a bounty to forestall a mutiny.
Here comes the bull.
Oh, very good indeed. In bowls to Summit off the mark straight away, steering this one very cleverly to the right, or to the left rather, should I say, of the man at backward point. They'll get back for a second.
To the other right.
In comes Alf Valentine again, bowls this one flatter, but Patel sees it, swings it away over mid-wicket, and he will pick up 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
One to come.
Valentine in to Patel again, and Patel is looking in good form. He's being inspired by the great man at the other end, and off the final delivery he keeps the strike by picking up a 3rd.
Yeah, moving himself to 9 off 3. WG Grace 38 off 13 after 8 overs having been put into bat. The Fat Lord of Use 11 139 for 4, haven't really got away from the making a spectacle themselves 11 in this tournament. Maybe we're seeing the pitch just slowing down towards the final as we saw during the last 50 over World Cup, but remains to be seen. We yet to get into the real power pack of Botham, Cornwall and Leverock that have done so much damage for the Fat Lot of Use 11. Who is going to bowl the 9th over, Tony?
Percy Fender is going to have a blow, and we're going to go for an all.
Lucky him.
We're going to go for the slow left arm lamb chop fueled bowling of David Steele.
Right, well it's slow left arm orthodox from both ends at the moment.
Maurice Becky, cause he could play. It's David Steele. It's David Steele.
I prefer some cold cuts on a day like today than lamb chops.
Yeah, it could be. I also feel
Well,
like
the barbecue's quite good though.
All right then. Well, it's a slow left arm reunion out there, really, isn't it? Sam Patel, slow left armour, of course, and now David Steele coming into the attack, bowling to Patel. Patel, very cautious, showing respect to his fellow SLA man.
These fat fingers are from a left arm spinner too, you know.
Yeah, but there's, and it's 4 runs this time for WG Grace. Had a look at David Steele, thought you can't bowl, and has smeared him over mid-wicket for another 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I do think that the fact you'll have use 11 as once more WG Grace leans into this one, hits it straight back over his head, 2-3 bounces, and that races into the
No, by the way, how Hendo didn't try and get that one re-rolled as
I noticed that.
WG Grace is now on 46, and the Fat Lord Use 11 are now on 148. So milestones ahoy!
Well, I did want to say, of course, that David Steele did actually handily offer up a few lean cuts before the game, and that really wasn't enough for our boys, and they were a bit disappointed not to have had a bit more gristle. But there you go. WG Grace is waiting, and in comes David Steele, and he drives this one. Didn't get all of it. It's maybe just turned a little bit, caught a little bit of an outside edge, but they are going to be able to run back for a third. That takes WG onto 49.
And the Fat Lord of Use 11 past 150, 151 for 4.
Well, you're never safe against this spectacle 11 as we saw in the semi-final. In comes David Steele, bowls to I'm not sure who he's bowling to, Samit Patel. Samit Patel has lofted that. He's really got hold of it, timed it beautifully. It's gone way up in the air, it's gone way long, and it's brought him 6 runs.
An attempted Karen ball, I think, from David Steele really didn't work. One to come in the over.
Yeah, Karen ball. I mean, it really wasn't invented when he was playing, so he was going out on a limb there. This one is tucked away behind square. Lovely little use of the blade there. Rob Patel just guiding it fine, and picks up 2 more runs.
And he moves to 18 off 6, but he won't be facing WG Grace. Will be facing. He's on 49 off 16. I think he has got a 50 in this tournament thus far. After 9 overs, after 20 runs came off that first over from David Steele. 159 for 4. The Fat Lord of Use 11 having been put into bat.
I think I should correct you. I think it was the beardy WG Grace that got a 50 in this.
Wow.
The beardy bastards. But this will be a first 50 for the fat WG Grace if he can get there. Who's bowling?
Well, Alf Valentine, he's taken 2 wickets, but for some extreme fat-fingered fuckery, should have taken 5. So he is going to be continuing.
Okay, so it
just
is
for you cussing
Alf
these
Valentine
fingers, this is going to go bad for you, Tony.
coming into bowl to WG Day. They've come to see him get a 50. Are they going to see it? Yes, they are, because he's drilled that through the offside. The man from mid-off is chasing it. It's Paul Allett. He's not particularly quick across the surface, and they're going to get back for 3. And WG Grace, for the first time in this tournament, the people rise and they laud the great man himself. He holds the bat aloft to all corners of the ground. He has 50 runs.
50 runs. You're 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, you're 50 runs. The job has only just begun.
Specifically, he has 52 off 18 balls. One of those was a no ball, which for some reason our on-screen scoreboard doesn't quite count as a delivery face, but it does. 52, it does count. 52 off 18, 3 4s and 2 6s. Not one of the faster 50s we've seen in this tournament, but a 50 nonetheless.
Well, it's good to see him in good form, WG. I mean, I think he's the kind of man for the big occasion, isn't he? He was a bit disappointed by the lack of a crowd for some of the early games, but now that they're packed into Trent Bridge today, there must be at least 14 people watching today. He's decided to show off all his abilities. Anyway, it brings Samit Patel down to face, and it's Alf Valentine, left arm around the wicket one, throws that one up. Patel likes what he sees, his eyes light up, and he drills that back over the head of Valentine, and that has gone for 4 more runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Valentine in again, bowls to Patel, and Patel goes down on his front leg, sweeps this away quite fine. They're going to run back for 3, And score moves on. Patel looking in decent nick. Brings WG Grace back down to face. In comes Valentine. Bowls to WG Grace, who has... Well, that is an extraordinary shot. He's just swiveled that. There was nothing wrong with the delivery, but he's got such an eye that he's managed to smear that. It's barely gone above 10 feet off the ground, but it's gone all the way to mid-wicket for a colossal one of these. Lovely stuff from WG Grace. We're seeing all his skills now, and once more now would you believe it, he's never seen one of these before in his life, but he's brought out the reverse sweep. WG Grace, he says, you may not have seen this in 1885, but you see, I can adapt, and he's put that fine of the man at on the 45, and he's put another boundary. Well,
had WG been born 130 years later, there's no doubt he would have been dill scooping. Want to come?
Absolutely. Anyway, wait for the next delivery from Valentine, who is in to WG Grace, and this is another 4. Oh, now there it is. There is the ramp shot. He's lifted that one up. That's a very clever shot. He went down as if he was going to sweep it, and when it was straighter, he just opened the face and jabbed it away. The fine of the man on the 45 again, and picks up 4 more.
2 + 2 is a remember.
Well, the most expensive over of the innings, that from Al Valentine. 1 over too many, perhaps discouraged by his bad luck and his inability to control his feet, as they said about Jimmy Traore, with a 6 and 3/4s in that over. WG Grace is on 66 off 21 balls. Sumit Patel will be on strike. He's on 25 off 8. After 10 overs, the Fat Lord of East 11, 183 for 4.
And is it going to be continuing with David Steele, Tony?
No, Eddie Barlow.
Eddie
You're
Barlow.
going to see a little bit of a right arm medium from Big Eddie.
Hendo, presumably it would have been in your game plan to get into the change bowlers of the making a spectacle of themselves 11.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't mind a little bit of extra pace on the ball, and Eddie Barlow, very skiddy, chunky fellow. I'm quite happy with that.
And you've got a jingle that goes like this.
He's come to land. He's going to stay right at the crease. But to Barlow.
I'm quite happy to see these guys exhausting themselves before they've got a bat. It's very encouraging for us fat boys.
Decent total already. 183 for 4 after 10 overs.
Right, in comes Eddie Barlow, bowls to Samit Patel. He's going to pick up 3 runs here. He just uses the pace of the ball to lay it down. Fine behind square on the offside. Next ball is delivered, and it's another 3, this time for WG Grace, who was driven beautifully, you might even say gracefully, through the offside and picked up another triple. In he comes again, bowls to Samit Patel. Samit Patel looks at this one and just leans into it, smacks it hard and high over extra. That's going to go all the way for one of these. So not a great start for Eddie Barlow. He's in again, though. Bowls to Patel, and Patel this time goes back. It was slightly offline, down the leg side. He's going to flick it cleverly away towards deep back of the square for yet another 3. Brings WG down to face. In comes Eddie Barlow. Bowls to WG. WG's going to take another 3. This is a lot of running for these boys. They're going to need some more bounties, I would think, by the end of this little partnership. They picked up 3 more now down behind backward points on the offside.
Yeah, 1 to come.
Samit Patel, oh, now there's a big appeal here from Eddie Barlow. He's got that straight, has he? Oh, well, no, it's brilliant work from Dick Young behind the stumps, who's just grabbed that one-handed, whipped the bails off, and Samit Patel had just stepped outside his crease. What on earth is going on there? But he's broken a very, very awkward partnership for the respectable 11.
Now you're gone.
The magic hands of Dick Young doing the job again. That's his probably 4th or 5th stumping of the tournament thus far, maybe more. Samit Patel gone for a bright and breezy 37 off 12, almost the fastest scorer of the innings, or certainly second fastest to the great WG. 2 4s and 2 6s. After 11 overs, 201 for 5, the Fat Lot of Use 11 having been put into bat.
And coming to the crease.
Sorry, WG Grace is 72 not out of 23.
I'd love to see him get 100 here at Trent Bridge. Anyway, coming to the crease is post 1984 Sir Ian Terry Botham.
He's going to face Devon Malcolm.
That's
In
right.
Alpha Blow.
It's be fair. Beefy has got boring. Yes. That's right. It's beefy.
Well, I have to say,
He's not going to face just yet.
he's not going to face straight away. But I must say to Tony, I mean, fat lot of youth boys gone past 200, and then you see WG Grace out there on 72, and you see Ian Botham striding the crease. It's ominous for your boys, isn't it?
You never know. It's all down to the roll of the dice, whichever way they fall for the founder and leader of Guerrilla Cricket. Oh, mind you.
Oh, and there's a big appeal again! Oh my word, what is going on here? Another stumping! Oh, it's unbelievable. WG Grace goes in successive balls to Summit, but sorry, not WG Grace. Ian Botham has gone. First
No,
ball.
WG.
WG has gone. Who's bowling, by the way? We didn't even know.
Devon Malcolm.
Devon Malcolm.
Magnificent stuff from Young. Successive stumpings off, well, the medium pace of Eddie Barlow, then the ferocious pace of Devon Malcolm. It's amazing what you can do in dice cricket. And would you believe it? I'm afraid that WG has gone. Oh, extraordinary.
Well, you don't get a wicket for 71 runs, then 2 come along in 2 balls. Amazingly, that is Dick Young's second stumping off Devon Malcolm in this tournament. WG goes for a fantastic 72 off 24 balls, scoring at exactly 18 runs and over 5 fours and 3 sixes, 201 for 6 after 11.1 overs. But now we're into the part of your batting order, Hendo, that's done the real damage.
Well, it has, and it just needs to come good. They just need to sort of consolidate after those 2 rapid stumpings from Dick Young. Extraordinary cricket we're seeing here. It is Rakeem Cornwall coming to the middle.
Today is gonna be the day that you get on your new diet. By now you just somehow got really fat. I don't believe that anybody weighs as much as you do now. 'Cause after all, you're Rakeem Cornwall.
I, for one, hope we'll get very used to that jingle over the course of this series.
Yes, indeed. He's going to be facing Devon Malcolm. Malcolm to Cornwall. It's going to be Devon to Cornwall. It's what they all wanted, and immediately Rakeem Cornwall proves the superior county by smacking that away for 4 runs square on the offside. And he's onto the back foot again, a little bit too short from Malcolm, a little bit too wide. He's cut that away. The top of the bounce, he's going to pick up 3 more, brings Ian Botham down to face his first ball. In comes Malcolm, bowls, and well, he went after that. He got a thick inside edge. He was playing it all round it, really, and it's gone very fine for a rather fortunate 4. Both players underway, even if in rather dubious circumstances. In comes Malcolm again, bowls to both. I mean, there's another appeal, and that's been given as a no ball. Would you believe it? Tony can't. He shakes his head. Devon, you've overstepped again, and both of them fine.
Two no balls apiece for Devon Malcolm and Alf Valentine.
Well, there you go. It
Shoddy
really
bowling,
does
I
pay
have to
to get your feet in the right place as a batsman and a bowler. In comes Malcolm again, bowls to both. Who's going to take a single this time as he just eases that into the offside on the front foot and brings Rakeem Cornwall down to face. Is it just 1 ball to go?
Yeah. 1 to come, yes.
1 to come. So Malcolm in bowls, and there's another appeal against Rakeem Cornwall. Surely not. Devon will not have had his revenge, will he? No, he's not. He's done it again. He's overstepped for the 2nd time in this over. Extraordinary stuff.
Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Tone, it's all going wrong, mate.
Well, he's speechless at the moment. Is There's going to be a new over there.
There's a replay. Someone pressed the wrong button.
Can we find out who's bowling before you throw the dice?
No, it's no ball, isn't it? It's ball's come.
Oh, it's no ball. Sorry, Devon in again, bowls, and that's injury to insult as Raheem Cornwall carves that over the offside. A couple of bounces as it runs into the boundary edge.
1, 2, 3, 4.
End of the over.
End of the 12th over. 18 runs off it with those 2 no balls and those 3 fours. Ian Botham will face. He's on 5 off 3. Raheem Cornwall is on 11 off 4. Devon to Cornwall here today. Scone tomorrow. 219 for 6 after 12. And Linux Thea says, Bounty, what are you talking about, Hendo? It was a Snickers on a good length, no coconut abomination, which I think is an excellent way of describing a bounty. And WG also looks like more like he needs a bucket of lard. And there's some chat amongst some people which has somehow found its way to us.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be who's going to be bowling, Tony? Did we find out?
Eddie Barlow's going to carry on.
He's going to be bowling to Ian Botham, and in he comes. Bowls to Botham. Botham will just play that gently through the offside, but cleverly he's taking the weight off the ball, and the man's coming in from the boundary. They're going to pick up 2. Brings him back to face. Next delivery is going to be 3 more runs to Botham, and he got inside that one and whipped it away. But didn't really get all of it. Maybe a bit of inside edge onto hip, and that is going to allow them to come back for the 3rd. Bringing Raheem Cornwall down to face, and there's 3 more. I think we saw this in one of the warm-up games. Raheem Cornwall, Ian Botham getting together, running the 3s because they are possibly the fittest in the camp of the fat boys.
Just word in, that was a typo.
Anyway, 2 more to Botham this time as it's played through mid-wicket. Just gently getting into their stride here. He's in again. Bowls, and there's 3 more. How many 3s in this over already? I think that's 3.
3, yes. So it's been 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, and 1 to come.
And who's facing?
Cornwall.
Cornwall to face. Final ball of the over from Eddie Barlow, but he struck with the final ball of his last over. What can he do here?
Hey!
It's another 3! It's another 3 for Raheem Cornwall, who's looking good. Nick got 36 in the semi-final, and he's contributing already to this game.
Certainly is. He's on 17 off 5. Ian Botham 15 off 6. 235 for 6 after 13 overs. Lovely symmetrical over. 233 to 3-3. 16 runs off it from Eddie Bunter Barlow.
Right, so back to Devon Malcolm, who's trying to finish off this fat boys lower order, but they're providing good resistance at the moment. It's going to be Ian Botham to face, I believe.
Well, is it Devon Malcolm?
Yes, it is.
I just wanted to hear you say it. Right?
Already, Tone.
He's in, he bowls, and Botham crunches that. Sorry, Cornwall lifted up and over mid-wicket, and that's no doubt going to the boundary. Hefted by the great man, the big man. It was like an enormous crane in operation there. In he comes again, bowls, and once more it's smashed back over his head. You've got to have a good eye to be able to see a ball of that pace and then smack it straight for 6. Lovely work from who was that? Ian Botham?
Cornwall.
Ronald Cornwall again, I think. Great stuff.
Devon is beating up Cornwall. No, the other way around.
We've had that pair. We've had
yeah,
that
I know. Shut up.
Bowls. Once more to Raheem Cornwall. Raheem Cornwall is in magnificent form. This time he has aimed a cut, but it's he's got a top edge and it's flown down. Fine of 3rd man for 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This just in from the match referee. He's not worth it. Leave him, Terry.
Exactly.
In comes Devon again, bowls to Cornwall. Cornwall has been hit on the toe there, I think. Let's see what the umpire says to that. He says it's a no ball, Devon. It doesn't matter whether that was going to hit. It's a no ball, I'm afraid. And Cornwall survives again.
And Devon Malcolm's 4th no ball in 31 actual deliveries brings up the 250 for 6.
And I see Tony tearing out what remains of his hair. He can't believe it. He can't believe the number of potential
He's on the
wickets that
phone
have
to
gone back
someone
in.
there trying to find out.
He's in again. Bowls to Cornwall. Cornwall swivels, pulls. Doesn't really get all of it, but it's going to be chased by Clive Lloyd, who swoops on it eventually. Returns it to the wicketkeeper, but they've got through for another 3.
50 partnership up, 52 off 18 balls, 5 fours and 1 6.
Ian Botham waits for the next delivery. He's going to get 3 more. They do love their 3s, these two. This time he's swiveled it through a squarer on the onside, and they pick up a 3rd.
1 to come.
Cornwall waits for Malcolm, and this time he'll just take the 2 as he dabs that very skillfully, very artfully down towards 3rd man. That is the end of the over, and it will be Botham to face, I believe.
Yes, indeed, it will. He'll face on 18 off 8. Raheem Cornwall, 36 off 12 with the 4 fours and 1 6. Again, going at exactly 18 runs, and over 23 off that from Devon Malcolm, not helping himself by putting his feet where they should not ought to be. 258 for 6, and in the age-old battle, Cornwall is beating Devon, therefore jam first, apparently.
Oh, apparently so. Okay. Well, I've just turned down some jam on my toast, but there you go. I will obviously have that in the tea break. In comes, who is it going to be, Tony, now? Considering Eddie Barlow again, or are you running out of ideas?
No, absolutely not. Al Valentine is rhythmically in calypso style.
Al Valentine coming back
dancing
into
to
bowl.
the crease. Yeah.
So returning to spin after that little period of pace or medium pace.
Coming back into the attack, 3 overs, 254 with 2 no balls.
Well, that has been the Achilles heel, hasn't it, for the bespectacled boys today? But it's going to be Valentine bowling to Botham. It's coming left arm around the wicket, couple of strides in, bowls. Botham smack that one. He leant into it. It's gone high. Is it going to reach the boundary? It's got enough legs on it. Yes, it has got several legs. It's got a centipede's legs, and it's gone all the way for 6. Well, not a great start for Valentine on his return. Botham leaning into that one. He comes in again, bowls, and this time he goes back. He dropped it shorter this time. He dropped it wider. But that was clever and cunning batting from Botham. He's cut that ferociously fine of the man at backward point, and it's 4 more runs. It's amazing how this particular era of Botham has performed in this tournament. He waits for the next delivery. There's an appeal this time. What's it going to be? Is it going to be another no ball? No, he's going to be given an LBW. And Valentine struck Botham just as he was looking really good, really strong. Has got to go.
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser.
Well, after those 2 wickets and 2 balls, a partnership of 67 for the 7th wicket between Ian Botham and Raheem Cornwall. They've enjoyed batting together and frankly running a lot together through the course of this tournament. 28 off 11, Ian Botham made 2 fours, 1 6, and many 2s. Al Valentine now has 3 for 64 after 14.3 overs, 268 for 7.
Well, coming to the wicket is the left-handed Ian Austin. Uncomplicated Lancastrian. You can't say that about many of them, but he certainly was. And he of course got 80 against the naughty boy. Sorry, it was against how the fuck did they play for England 11 that he really looked at his best. And he's coming out to join Raheem Cornwall.
Brendan Ian, Austin Ian.
Valentine it is then, coming into the left-hander over the wicket this time, and they smacked it for 6. He got offline there and he picked him up. Lovely swing of the bat, a free swing of the bat. It's taken it away over deep backward square leg for one of these. So what a start for Ian Austin. Valentine goes back to his mark, comes in again and bowls, and this time he just pushes gently into the offside, sees that the field is just a little bit back on its heels on the edge of the circle, and they pick up a very quick single.
1 to come.
Raheem Cornwall comes down to face. There's an appeal from Valentine again as he made a crucial breakthrough here. Yes, it's another LBW as Raheem Cornwall. Well, it's a long way to go down for Raheem to try and sweep, but he didn't really get on top of it. and it's hit him on the pad, and that is in front of middle stump. And Valentine's lack of pace has done for Raheem Cornwall.
You flipping muppet!
Been very much feast or famine for the Fat Lot of Use middle order. We had a partnership of 71, then 2 wickets and 2 balls. Then we had a partnership of 67, then 2 wickets in and over. Good work from Alfred Louis Valentine, who I think it was Alf Valentine who got. It was indeed Alf Valentine who got the breakthrough earlier. The double. Oh no, the double breakthrough was across 2 overs. I'm thinking about it. But Alf Valentine, 4 overs, 4 for 71. Really hasn't helped himself with the 2 no balls. Doing his best to keep the Fat Lot in check, but they are 275 for 8 after 15 overs. Ian Austin on 7 off 2, and a new man yet to face.
It's this man from Bermuda.
A hero.
You feel the earth move under your feet when twin comes tumbling down, tumbling down. You feel the stand start to trembling when twin level rock goes down.
Well, he may be coming in at number 10, but there's a lot of expectation on this man after his amazing semi-final performance in which he scored 53 and took 8 for 34. He's coming out now to bat against Alf Valentine, who's
that was the end of the over.
Oh, he's not going to face. So it's going to be Ian Austin to face up to who?
Declaration bowling time, Hendo. Jeffrey Boycott's going to be bowling with his hat on.
Oh God, Jeffrey Boycott to bowl. They'd love to see it.
Before we come to Jeffrey Boycott, the dubious pleasure of Jeffrey Boycott
Jingle's playing right now.
Bowling.
My mum could have caught that in a penny. Boix, boix, boix. He'd no more brains than a pork pie. Boix, boix, boix. Add 2 wickets to the score.
A lot of talk about bounties and mutinies. Pirate Barshire at large says bounties are fantastic. I will hear no calumnies against them. Mutiny, very much building on the joke I made earlier. Linux Lear says, you know what became of the mutinies of the bounty, don't you? Pirate Barshire says, I'll take the gallows. And then, apparently they settled a small uninhabited island now known as the Pitcairn Islands and did very unpleasant things to the native children.
Oh yes, I've read a book about that. Yes, many years ago. Yeah, it's a curious case, that, I'm afraid to say. There are a couple of books about it that are quite interesting.
Captain Bligh went on to be onto the Root of the Ashes story in the end, wasn't he? Or was it a relation of Captain Bligh?
Different Captain Bligh.
Different Bligh.
Ivo Bligh, yes, who had some stumps burned in his dishonour. Diana Patterson says, here is that dubious plague of no balls again. Yes, there have been a number of them. There have been, I think, 6 in the innings thus far. Yeah, there have been. So a whole extra over of no balls. Yes. 275 for 8 after 15. Boycott bowling to Ian Austin.
Well, this is a Rose's battle, isn't it? Ian Austin from Lancashire against the greatest living Yorkshireman. And his first ball is just dabbed away. There was a little bit of in-swing. That's what you do get with Boycott. You do get the ball swinging, but it is at a rather sedate pace. And Ian Austin picks up 2 through extra cover. Next ball from Boycott is chopped away down towards deep backward point. Third man comes running round. They're coming back for the third, bringing Dwayne Leverock down. Oh my goodness, Dwayne Leverock is an appeal against him first ball, and it's not out. Oh, the relief of his 65,000 fans on the island of Bermuda is palpable as Leverock survives. Next delivery is bowled to him, and he takes full toll of Boycott this time. As the swing comes into him, he just goes with that, lifts it over deep square leg, and picks up a wonderful maximum. Boycott in again, and I can't see what's happening to the dice, but he's going to get a single this time. Is Dwayne Leverock picks up 1 behind square on the onside.
1 to come.
1 to come for I forget who's batting. Ian Austin, and Ian Austin sees this one offline and just launches himself at it, drives it up and over extra cover, and that's gone for a very flat 6 indeed.
Oh, it started so well for Jeffrey Boycott. 5 runs only off the first 3 balls of the over, but then 6-1-6. Dwayne Leverock is on 7 of 3. Ian Austin 18 off 5. 16 overs gone, having been put into bat. The Fat Little Use 11, 293 for 8.
Right, well, it's going to be Dwayne Leverock to face, and it's going to be who bowling, Tony?
Alf's going to carry on.
Alf's continuing well. He has performed manfully today. He's coming in left arm over the wicket, round the wicket for Dwayne Leverock. He's in, he bowls, and the big men, they love their running, and they're trying to lose a couple of stone each during this tournament, and they're going to come back for the third.
It's not very fat of them, is it?
Not very fat of them at all. And there's going to be 3 more this time as Ian Austin clobbers that away on the onside through square there. Didn't really get all of it. A little bit of a shank, but it's 3 more healthy runs. Is that a 300 up?
299 for 8.
299 for 8, and it's ended on its
Alpha
end. The dice
Dead ball.
Dead ball. In again, bowls, smacked by Leverock. This time back over his head. 4 more runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And I do believe that's only the second 300 of the tournament.
Yeah, both by you.
Actually, the fourth.
The fourth?
Actually, the fourth.
Oh.
The Ginger Dread Man and the One Test Wonders both made 300 in their group game. But yes, for the second time, you have passed 300.
Okay, so Valentine continues bowling to Leverock, and Leverock is going to pick up another 3. They're going to be exhausted, these poor fat boys. They come back as that way goes away through mid-wicket, and it brings Ian Austin, the left-hander, down to face Valentine back over the wicket to the left-hander, and he's going to be 3 more as he chops that fine. A lot of chopping going on out there, but David Steele's not involved in it, and they've picked up another 3.
One to come in this over of lumberjackery.
And this is going to be 4 this time. That was Dwayne Leverock this time smearing it away rather agriculturally over mid-wicket, and it's onto the boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, that collection of good running and mighty smiting, 334, 20 runs off that over, 313 for 8 after 17 overs. Leverock is 21 off 7. Ian Austin is 24 off 7.
And it's going to be Ian Austin to face up to
Clive Lloyd, captain.
Clive
He's
Lloyd,
had enough. He's seen enough.
He's
too little, too late, but he's bringing himself on.
So boycott's cat didn't do the work. Well, it's Lancashire versus Lancashire, isn't it? Clive Lloyd coming onto the left-handed Ian Austin. What can he do? He bowls to Austin, and Austin says, Clive, it's a bit late in the day for you to think you can come and turn your arm over. And he's just whipped that away off his toes. It's gone way up in the stands. 6 runs for Ian Austin. I don't know what happened there. The dice seems to have come off the plate. And the next delivery is cut away by Austin for 3 runs through extra cover. He's looking good, Nick. This is a worrying little stand developing. In he comes, bowls to Leverock, and Leverock uses all his leverage to take that up and over extra cover. 4 more runs. It's a very glum-looking Tony now.
Yeah, that stand has worried its way to 51 off 15 balls.
Wow, what a performance by this lower order from the Fat Boys. They've got runs in them everywhere. And that's, well, I won't go into that. Oh, now there's a big appeal against Ian Austin, and he's bowled. I think Leverock, I'm afraid it is, who's gone. He's been castled by Clive Lloyd, and that is a big relief to the huge West Indian.
Willow, weep for me. Willow, weep for me. Then your branches.
Antigua and Barbuda does for Bermuda. 25 off 9 balls, 3 fours and 1 6 by Dwayne Leverock, bowled by Clive Lloyd. 326 for 9 off 17.4 overs. The record score in this tournament, which the Fat Lot put on against the How the Fuckers, is 334. So records, what a time that would be to break that record in the final.
Yeah, and can it be this man to do it? It's going to be the man all the way from Euroa in Victoria. We know him well as the man known as Merv Hughes.
Mr. Hughes, thanks for joining us. Can you tell me what you think of Mike Atherton? Arsewine. Eddie Hemming? Arsewine. Martin Moxon? Who? Ian Botham? Fucking arsewine. Devon Malcolm? No, pretty good bloke, actually.
Yeah, he's a big fan of Devon Malcolm, is Merv. He made 18 in the semi-final, very useful runs at number 11. Can he support Ian Austin as they look for that record score? It's going to be Merv Hughes facing up to Clive Lloyd. And yes, he swings the bat in again, very agricultural fashion, but the ball has run away. It's going to be chased by Eddie Barlow. He's going to slide. He's going to fling it back to Alf Valentine, and they've come through for 3.
Want to come.
Final ball of the over then. In he comes, bowls to Austin, and Austin has got an edge on that as he aimed a drive. It's flown away down to third man. They're going to come back for a third. Austin will keep the strike, and that has made them level, I think, in terms of scores. Is that right?
No, 332 for 9. Too short of the record after 18 overs. That record came off 18.1 overs. So scoring a little bit slower than on that occasion. Ian Austin will keep strike. He's 36 off 10. Merv Hughes is 3 off 1. Decent over-ish from Clive Lloyd. 1 for 19 off it. Jeff Perkins informs us that Captain Bligh also had a mutiny when he was governor of New South Wales. North Stang Wankaday says today in cricketing history, Lord's 1963, Ted Dexter's England and Frank Worrell's West Indies go hammer and tongs at each other in a dramatic test. It's a draw at the end marked by an act of bravery from Colin Cowdery, who went out to resume his innings with a broken arm. England was 7 runs away from a win with 1 wicket left. I have a story about that game. For that game, Britain briefly didn't have nuclear defences because all of the screens in Mission Control were tuned to the test match.
Ooh. Well, I think you've got to get your priorities right, haven't you? I mean, that's absolutely right. And good for them. So it's going to be Valentine to continue, Tony?
Yes, it is, Hendo. Yep.
Valentine going to be bowling to Ian Austin. Left arm over the wicket. He bowls to Austin, and Austin has cut him again. He's been playing these crossbat shots extremely well. It's got away between backward point and cover, and it's 4 more runs.
Record breakers.
In to bowl to Austin. That comes off the plate. And so we go back to bowl again. In comes Alf Valentine. Bowls. And Austin whips that away over mid-wicket. He played it with the turn. And he's absolutely clobbered that. He's launched it. And it's 6 more runs.
Alf Valentine raised the ball. 100 up for him. 5.2 overs. 4 for 101.
Wow. Interesting stuff. He's bowled quite well, but a couple of no balls have let him down. He's in again to bowl to Austin. He bowls, and there's going to be no declaration here as he's once more offered up too much for Ian Austin, and he swung that away over mid-wicket. It's 6 more, would you believe?
And 50.
Hey!
52 off 13 balls, 1 4 and 5 sixes.
What a knock from Ian Austin. My goodness me, no wonder he's one of Wisden's Cricketers of the Year in 1999.
Scoring at exactly 24 runs and over. 4 runs a ball.
In comes Valentine again, the very expensive Valentine, even though he has picked up wickets. And this is, well, that's just clever from Austin. As everyone went back to the edge in the deep, he just dropped that into the onside and ran through for 1, exposing Merv Hughes. And no one wants to expose Merv Hughes. In he comes, bowls Merv Hughes, but there's no point, there's no worry in exposing Merv Hughes because he sees Valentine. He says to Ian Austin, if you can hit him for 6, I can do the same. It's a horrible, smeary slog, but somehow it's gone all the way for 6 runs.
.350 is breached for the first time in the tournament. 355 for 9, 1 ball left.
And 3 more runs for Merv Hughes. Again, it was a horrible slog. He got a horrible inside edge, but it's going to run away from the field. It's just some momentum with the Fat Boys at the moment. 3 more.
3 more at ends the 19th over. 358 for 9. Merv Hughes is 12 off 3. Ian Austin, 53 off 14. 1 4 and 5 sixes. I think this is, yes, it is the longest innings of the tournament. thus far at 19 overs. And Durban Oak says Hendo grinding out an unnecessarily high total and spoiling the game. Yes, no bonus points on offer in the final.
Well, no, I'm just quite enjoying the fact that the longer this innings goes on, the harder it is for Tony to get to see Watford tonight.
Well, I'll declare, so you'll win anyway.
Oh, you got
No declarations no declarations in the second innings.
That's pathetic. That tells you all about the attitude of the unbeaten bespectacled 11. Really shocking. It's shocking.
Next victim, sorry, bowler.
Clive Lloyd.
Disgrace to cricket, Tony, I'm afraid. Anyway, here comes Clive Lloyd to bowl to Merv Hughes, and Merv Hughes has smacked him off the back foot for 4. Wonderful stuff. The 400 is in sight.
Yes, only 78 short.
Who are you playing tonight,
38 short.
38 short. In comes Clive Lloyd again, bowling to Merv Hughes, and he's going to take a single. Very quickly run by Ian Austin, who was halfway down the wicket looking for that to take strike. So Ian Austin comes down to face his Lancastrian colleague, and there's an appeal. Could this be Lancashire on Lancashire action?
No.
It's not. It's not. He's so fine. He thought he'd put an edge through the keeper. Young was claiming it, but umpire Erasmus said no. In again he comes, bowls, another appeal, surely this time.
Come on.
Another, this time it was hitting the pad halfway up, but it was swinging away down the leg side. The countenance of Tony Bishop gets darker by the ball. Now he's in again, he bowls. Is it going to be a third house out in a row? No, it's going to be 4 runs for Ian Austin, smacked away off the back.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
One to come.
Ball the over. And it's going to be 6. Oh, smacked again. This is just embarrassing for the bespectacled 11. They've come through undefeated, but they're taking a bit of a battering.
Well, 20 overs gone for the first time in the tournament. 373 for 9. Merv Hughes will be on strike on 17 off 5. Ian Austin 63 off 18 balls, 2 fours and 6 sixes. Clive Lloyd hasn't been this miserable since he was stuck in a traffic jam on the Manchester Ring Road in the summer with the bear.
To be honest, if he's stuck in
very happy then.
He would be very happy when he's stuck in a traffic jam because he won't be going at 300 miles an hour. Anyway, well, hang on, I've just seen Warwick Armstrong come out onto the balcony, and it looked for a moment as if he was thinking about declaring, but he's seen Tony's countenance and he's thought, no, this is quite good fun. I'm going to continue.
You're evil.
I am very evil. So in he comes.
Bowling.
Bowls. Who is bowling?
It doesn't matter. It's an appeal.
It's an appeal. Could it be at Paul Allen's back? And it's what's happened there? Didn't see it went flying off. That's surely not. Not out. It's not out. This is wonderful, wonderful entertainment for everyone apart from Tony. In comes Paul Allen again, and it's going to be 3 runs this time to I don't know who. Merv Hughes probably.
Hughes.
Yes, indeed. It brings Ian Austin down to face. In he comes again, Paul Allen again. It is a Lancastrian battle. It's 2 more for Austin. So it's guided away into the offside. He's in again, bowls, and another appeal. What's going to happen this time? Surely it's all over now for the Fat Boys. Let's have a look. What's going to happen? Is it out? Can't see. It's gone off the plate. He's in again. Yes! Finally, the agony for Tony is over. Well, partly over. He's still got a bat, of course.
Hopefully, this time he's going to get a 200 last wicket stand, 200 run last wicket stand.
Well, we know what he did. He's going to. I mean, it would be terrible for his fans if he was to leave early to go to watch Watford when we know what they can do low down in the order of the bespectacled 11. But bring us up to date on that innings at the end there, Apple.
Yeah, Paul Allett bowling a punishment over, really, but gets a wicket, gets his first wicket of the innings. Last man out was Ian Austin, gone for a fantastic 65 off 20 balls, 2 fours and 6 sixes. So I will run you through the scorecard very quickly. Mark Cosgrove of LBW to Devon Markham, 15 off 7. Mohammad Shahzad bowled by Devon Markham, his highest score of the tournament, 32 off 12. Warwick Armstrong, the skipper, caught by Dick Young with the bowling of Alf Valentine for 20 off 7. Arjuna Ranatunga was LBW to Alf Valentine for 22 off 8. And Summit Patel, after putting on a good stand with WG Grace, was stumped by Dick Young after bowling of Eddie Barlow for 37 off 12. Then WG Grace was remarkably stumped the very next ball in the next over by Dick Young with the bowling of Devon, of Devon Malcolm, innings top score 72 off 24. At that point, it was 201 for 6, but then Messrs. Botham and Cornwall put on another fantastic partnership. Ian Botham, 1985 to 1992, was LBW to Alf Valentine for 28 off 11. Rakim Cornwall doing fine work again. LBW to Valentine, also 36 off 13. Dwayne Leverock gave it a smash and then was bowled by the skipper Clive Lloyd for 25 off 9. The last man out, as I said, Ian Austin, bowled by Paul Allett for 65 off 20. There was a partnership of 52 for that last wicket. Merv Hughes ending 20 not out off 7. 6 no balls, bringing the total up to 378 all out in 20.4 overs. The bowling figures. Devon Malcolm, 5 overs, 4 no balls, 3 for 90. Paul Allett, 2.4 overs, 1 for 43. Alf Valentine, 6 overs, 2 no balls, 4 for 117. Percy Fender, 1 over for 22. David Steele, 1 over for 20. Eddie Barlow, 2 overs, 1 for 34. Geoffrey Boycott, 1 over for 18. Clive Lloyd, 2 overs for 34. 379 for the making a spectacle of themselves 11 to keep up their unbeaten record and win this final. Tony, putting the fat lot in didn't go as planned.
No, it didn't.
Very abrupt from Tony. Well, you know, I think they've still got a chance. We've got Devon Malcolm, who scored 80 low down in the fantastic last wicket stand. We might be here till about 8 o'clock if that's going to happen, but there might be an empty space.
Tom Curson says this is just cruel at this point on YouTube. Durban Oak says, why would you want to watch Watford getting smacked by Burnley? The championship beckons. And Lennox Lear says, wearing glasses myself, of course, my heart is with Tony's vaguely academic-looking boys.
Right, well, let's see if the academic boys can pull it back. If they can remain undefeated. Let's get on with the second innings as quickly as we can.
Okay.
It looks like the bear disappeared somewhere to have a little.
I'm still here. The fat fingers of doom are still, you know.
So chasing 379. Of course, it's Boycott and Barlow you'd want opening.
It is indeed. And who are they going to face, Hendo?
Boix, could have hit that with a stick of rhubarb. Boix. My mum could have caught that in a penny. Boix. He's no more brains than a pork pie. Boix. Add 2 wickets to the score.
Well, a bit of a surprise being from Warwick Armstrong. I mean, he likes the idea of impetus and momentum. And the man who has momentum is Ian Austin. Hasn't bowled a lot in this tournament, but he's going to open the bowling to Geoffrey Boycott on this occasion.
Well, it is. So we've got a Lancashire-Yorkshire Rose's battle.
Indeed.
And Derbyshire, is that who Eddie Barlow played for a lot?
Yep.
He did indeed. But he's going to be facing Boycott up first. Going to be facing Ian Austin. Austin is in. There's a big shout. First ball, or a shout. We don't know how big it was. And immediately, he's fat, he's round, his arse is on the ground. Mohammed Shahzad has caught that, whipped off the bails, and the bespectacled 11 are none for 1.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah.
Fine work by the big Ochan up to the stumps, stumping Geoffrey Boycott for a golden duck. I think not for the first time we've seen an early wicket fall in a huge chase. Does this presage absolute disaster?
Yeah, he's not really done his team justice so far in the tournament, has Geoffrey. And no change, I'm afraid, today. 27, I think, is his highest score. What he's done for already, and he's going to be to the steel comes to the crease. Comes, of course, the bank clerk who went to war, David Steele.
Doesn't matter that he's great or he's specky, cause he can play. It's David Steele. It's David Steele.
Going to be facing Ian Austin, the man who's whose crypto entry says that he had a waistline somewhere between Billy Bunter and Friar Tuck.
Nice.
Didn't stop him getting a wicket first ball. He's in. But David Steele, as he has done in fact before in this tournament, is not going to mess around at all, because he's smacked this high over the head of WG Grace at mid-wicket. He won't get anywhere near it, and it's 6 runs.
6.
Austin in again, and this time David Steele drives down the ground. Cosgrove turns around in pursuit, but the ball's already hit the boundary sponge. Cosgrove just stops, conserves his energy.
Cosgrove turns off at the services.
Well, indeed. Big shout though, or a shout. What's happened this time? It's gone again. Another wicket. The no balls and not outs not working strangely on this occasion, and David Steele has gone for a sprightly but ultimately not particularly useful 10 runs. Austin has his second wicket, so well bowled him.
Yeah, I think that's the first time Austin's taken more than one wicket in the innings. Quality beach cricket innings from David Steele. 6-4 out. 10 for 2.
Not as many lamb chops as he would have liked. So coming to the crease, the wonderful man of Gloucestershire, a one-county man, Zahir Abbas. And the Asian Bradman, they called him. Let's see what he can do today. Ian Austin has how many left?
2 to come.
Stopped him from scoring runs. He's the Asian Bradman on a rum machine. Mr. President of the ICC. Zahir Abbas.
2 to come.
Well, he's going to face Ian Austin, who's absolutely on fire. But Zahir Abbas, this is the one that we've been expecting to see this tournament, has sliced this backward of Samit Patel, who's there at point, and that's gone all the way for 4.
2 plus 2 is on man.
Last ball of the over.
Austin in, and 4 more for Abbas. Same ball, same shot, same result. He's on to 8 off 2.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Feast or famine for the making a spectacle of themselves 11, who, if you're just joining us, put the fat lot of East 11 into bat in this final, only for the fat lot to make 378, the highest score of the tournament thus far by a mile. Wicket 6-4, wicket 4-4, 18 for 2 off the first over. Zahir Abbas is indeed 8 off 2, and Eddie Barlow, who will be facing now, has yet indeed to face.
No, indeed, he has not, but he's ready now. Is Bunter Barlow, the man of Derbyshire, obviously originally from Pretoria.
Who's bowling, Hendo?
Well, it's this outlook from Warwick Armstrong. He wants someone who's already feeling confident after a good little knockout there in the middle, and he's going to turn to Rakeem Cornwall.
Okay.
Rakeem Cornwall, righto.
Today is gonna be the day that you get on your new diet. By now you just somehow got really fat. I don't believe that anybody weighs as much as you do now. 'Cause after all, you're Rakeem Cornwall.
A few tweets before we get the welcome side to Big Rakeem. Bowling Pirate Bardshire at large says a few more of those Shazad stumpings and I'll be happy. Nestle Boy says Tony's notes make a welcome appearance. And Turban Oak says you could at least make the match fixing less obvious. Where's the fun?
Thank you for that. He's yet to take a wicket.
Sorry, Etiek on YouTube says how many needed to avoid the follow-on.
The one in his game, unfortunately.
Rakeem it is. He's bowling over the wicket, and Eddie Barlow says thank you very much. He just clips this off his toes. It's going to go down to long leg, where Ian Austin was expecting to be having a bit of a blow after his heroics, but he's going to be called in. They won't quite come back for, well, they'll take 3, they won't go for 4. That one, however, is thumped away by Zahir Abbas, who's dealt purely in boundaries so far. This one is pulled between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4 more.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
In again comes Rakeem Cornwall, and Zahir Abbas, having hit 12 exclusively in boundaries, has just dropped the bat on this. He's called through for a quick single by the sprightly Eddie Barlow, and 1 more is added to the total. And this one, Rockkeeping already dropped that. He rather dragged that one down, and Eddie Barlow could just stand there and wait and hoik it mightily way over the head of Ranatunga, who's not, I think, that tall, but no matter anyway. It's over deep mid-wicket for 6 runs.
Two to come.
2 balls left of this over. There's a medium-sized shout. And, extraordinarily, it's a no ball.
What, you think I cheat, do you?
I didn't say that.
Must have been a back foot no ball. Been watching a little bit of Rakeem Cornwall. Doesn't have a big stride.
Well, you may say it there. I couldn't possibly comment. Cornwall in again.
And
he's going to take his luck, is Barlow, because this is spanked back over Rakeem Cornwall's head into the pavilion for 6 runs.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
1 to come.
All in. And again, Eddie Barlow's enjoying this. This one, glorious cover drive. Merv Hughes and Cosgrove almost collide as it bisects them. Neither can stop it, and it makes its sweet, wonderful way to that extra cover boundary for 4 more. Collision that would have been, by the way.
Merv
Hughes and Cosgrove. Wow.
They're making a spectacle of themselves. 11. Yes, it's a sort of Aussie version of the Large Hadron Collider. They're making a spectacle of themselves, 11, not daunted by those 2 early wickets, taking 25 off Cornwall's over. I think the most expensive single over the innings, including that no ball, 2 4s and 2 6s. Zahir Abbas is 13 off 4. Eddie Barlow 19 off 5, in fact, because of that no ball. 43 for 2 after 2 overs. Have taken a big chunk out of this target, but still need 336 more to win. Brian 001. Sorry, just saying. Brian 001 says it must be getting close to cricket resuming. Every time I drive my bus, you're a bus driver, Brian. Excellent. Past the Brixworth Cricket Ground, Northamptonshire, and they're very busy mowing and marking. Some cricket training too. And Lennox Lear says, "Don't worry, Tony. What Arjuna need a runner." Very good. Arjuna need a runner. Very good. Is that a 12th man reference? Maybe. Lacks in height. He makes up for in girth. And Paul Howarth is with us. Happy birthday, Grubby.
Happy birthday, Grubby. What?
It's all gone quiet.
Why are we all not saying nothing?
All right, okay. I I wasn't sure we were being teed up. Anyway, who's bowling, Hendo?
Ian Austin's going to continue.
The man from Haslingden in Lancashire.
Hendo's eating his toast in the quiet in the dark, aren't you?
2 for 18 off the first over.
A little bit early to be toasting victory, but nonetheless, Zahir Abbas, the man on strike. Ian Austin in. Zahir Abbas clips this again off his toes. He's very partial to that shot. WG Grace will slide, having learnt that both showed today the ramp shot and the reverse sweep. He's not averse to sliding across, making 3 there, but the next ball could cause problems for Eddie Barlow. Indeed it does. He's been absolutely castled by Ian Austin. It's another wicket for Austin. It's another wicket down for the bespectacled 11, and Hendo's nostrils are twitching with the sniff, not just a toast but a victory.
This is really fucking bad.
Eddie Barlow was watching the carnage in the first over, and now he's become part of it. 19 off 6 6 for Eddie Barlow. Bright and breezy stuff, 1-4 and 2 6s. Ian Austin now has 3 for 21 to go with his 65 in the first innings. Hendo's fat lot making a habit of fine all-round performances from the tail. 46 for 3 after 2.2 overs.
And coming to the crease, a man who, rather like his demeanour, has been quietly but unspectacularly effective. He's made scores of 30 and 37 not out. The 37 not out, in fact, against Hendo's Fat Lads to, on that occasion, see the Specs boys home. It's, of course, MJK Smith of Warwickshire and England.
It's a pretty common name, though. So you can call him MJK.
46 for 3 the score. It does seem as though my opponent has disappeared. Nonetheless, play is going to go on. Can we take 7 wickets while he's not here? Oh no. And it's a 4 straight away. MJK Smith is not going to muck about. He has cut this. Again, Samit Patel is the man at point, but that was over his head. 1 bounce into the point boundary. MJK Smith off the mark of 4.
50 up after just 2.3 balls, including a no ball. I think much faster than the Fat Lot managed to bring up their 50, but 3 wickets down, of course.
Ian Austin trundles in again. And MJK Smith, well, he's not going to mess around either. It's death or glory here. Ranatunga, who we were talking about earlier, again, all he can do is crane his neck as that ball goes about 15 feet over it and 3 or 4 rows back into that Trentbridge stand. And it's 6 runs. Austin is in. This time MJK Smith, well, he was looking for the big hit, doesn't get it, and this time Ranatunga and WG Grace look at each other. Both think they should, the other should go. Ranatunga is actually who finally sets off the closest he can muster to a sprint. Does pull it up short of the rope. It's 3 runs.
1 to come.
That one bounces off, a curious bounce actually off the pitch there. But who is it? Zahir Abbas, who's back on strike. He can wait. Late cuts it. It's wide of Leverock at second strip. Second slip. Warwick Armstrong sails around from third man, and they will take 3.
They will take 3 Zahir Abbas. Will keep the strike. He's on 19 off 6. MJK Smith 13 off 3 after 3 overs. A very decent start in terms of the run rate. 62 for 3. There have been, I think there might have been more boundaries than non-boundaries in this innings thus far.
Yeah, we're even, you know, with the likes of Boycott in your team, you're gonna come out swinging, aren't you? You're not going to be going for the dull and boring approach.
I applaud the well, I mean, yeah, Boycott. If you're going to fail,
after all.
If you're going to fail quickly. I like the approach. Who's going to bowl the 4th, Hendo?
Well, there's a little bit of shine on the ball. The ball is going to go to a man who hasn't really featured that much with the ball in this tournament, but it's going to be Merv Hughes.
Merv Hughes, where is he?
Mr. Hughes, thanks for joining us. Can you tell me what you think of Mike Atherton?
Asswine.
Eddie Hemming?
Asswine.
Martin Moxon?
Who?
Ian Botham?
Fucking asswine.
Devon Malcolm?
No, pretty good, like actually.
Still time to donate to our JDRF UK crowdfunder. Follow that link that's in pinned to our Twitter feed.
Well, Merv Hughes, he did take 2 for 33 against the Naughty Boys, getting rid of Hansi Kronya and Mohamed Azruddin on that occasion. Well, he's got
money was the backhander there.
And immediately, though, he's got Zahir Abbas in trouble, and Zahir. Well, welcome back, where I can give you a couple of bits of news. One is I've just interrupted myself getting thumped by Hendo in the Dickwell Abroad final, so that's probably just as well. Second bit of news is that an inspection is taking place, and as soon as we have the news of that, we will let you know, but we're assuming it doesn't mean play's yet going to start before 4. The third bit of news, we believe MS Dhoni has announced his retirement from all international cricket, which is pretty big news. But for what would have been tea, although rather confusing given that we've had lunch and we haven't had any cricket yet. My guest today for our tea time session is Katie Cooper. Katie is a trustee of the Sussex Cricket Foundation. She's also a health and well-being promoter, and she's here to chat to me and to all of us about an initiative, or a couple of initiatives, one of which is called Tea for Two, which is a very exciting and valuable way to really help and alleviate child hunger, which you may be surprised at the extent of which does exist in the UK. So Katie, a very warm welcome to Guerrilla Cricket.
Thank you very much, it's good to be here.
And it's also a bit of a welcome back, isn't it? Because you have your links back to the days of the sofa, and you're not unknown to us, are you?
Indeed, the days of the sofa. I know Jared Kimber and James Sherwood, who created many of your jingles, and also got to know Dan and the Bear. So, hello.
Well,
great to be back.
Well, a very warm welcome back. So, just start off by telling us a little bit about yourself and your work in the promotion of health and well-being, and then we'll come on to really talk about the Tea for Two initiative.
Sure. Well, the thing that really drives me is not sickness. My interest is in health. I always think the National Health Service is poorly named. It's really the National Sickness Service. So I'm more interested in keeping people well. And in particular, I look at good diet, physical activity, and no smoking. So it's the upstream things. And I've had a lifelong interest in cricket. And when I heard that Sussex Cricket Foundation were looking for a trustee with an interest in health a few years ago, I was very keen to apply. And obviously initially, particularly on the physical activity side, if you like, and also I think on the mental health side, which is incredibly important for people who play cricket. It helps overcome social isolation and so on. So being a trustee of the foundation really plays to several aspects of my interest.
Fantastic. Well, let's move on and chat a little bit then about Tea for Two, and start perhaps by just painting us a little picture of why Tea for Two is needed, and then we'll talk about what it does.
Sure. Well, food insecurity, people going hungry, is a much bigger problem in this country than I think many people realise. About 6.6 million people in this country are, as we would say, food insecure. And of those, over 1.5 million children, that's about 1 in 10 children have severe food insecurity. So they're skipping meals, or they're really hungry. They're not just being kids being a bit peckish, they're properly hungry. So that's 1 in 10. And if we're talking about the current situation, things, of course, have got worse under COVID. This is no surprise. Food bank use has been rising steadily since the start of the crisis. Some stats came out a couple of days ago that suggest that in the last month, food bank use has risen by another 10%. It's been going up and up and up. And this is also a problem in Sussex. Obviously, I have a particular interest there. And the Sussex Cricket Foundation has been trying to think about things that we can do in the community using our fantastic network of 182 clubs all around the county. What can we do? And this food issue seemed to us to be a particularly important one. Just to give you one local example from Brighton and Hove. In advance of the COVID crisis, food banks across the city were handing out something like 420 food parcels a week to individuals or families. So that would include fruit and veg, maybe some tinned protein, pasta and rice, tea, milk, loo roll, ubiquitous loo roll, all these things that are really things that we absolutely need. 420 a week pre-COVID. That peaked at 3,000 a week.
Wow.
It's now come down a bit. It's more like 2,000, but it is still worth bearing in mind. This is actually the tip of the iceberg. Many people who need help won't have accessed it. Soup kitchens and lunch clubs, many of them closed because of social distancing measures. And also, often people who are in the most need are at the most risk. So anything up to 1 in 3 people living with a disability in Brighton and Hove have said, this is last year pre-COVID, that they wouldn't be able to afford basic living costs like food and fuel in 2020, and I'm quite sure that has not improved. So that's the backdrop against which we're working.
Well, the number of statistics there, but the 1 in 10 children in the UK are food challenged.
Yes.
Is an enormously scary stat.
It's frightening, and it's shocking, and it's particularly bad often in the summer holidays. And again, during COVID, when you're not under lockdown, not in school, not getting that crucial free school meal.
So tea for two. I mean, tea is definitely clearly something associated with cricket, whether professional or recreational. It's TEA number 4 and then 2 TWO, isn't it? Tell us a little bit about what it is and what it does and what you do.
This is a way that we come up with, a working group of us from the foundation, to think about what we can do using our network of clubs. We have an incredibly committed network of clubs. We've been talking to them through webinars over the last few months about getting back to playing, but we were really thinking, what more can we do? How can we, for lack of a better word, leverage this to do good in our community? Cricket is so often at the heart of the community. So what we came up with was Tea for Two, which is basically put a box out in your clubhouse. We'll send you a poster, put a poster on it that says food bank collection point, and make a link with your local food bank, wherever that is. You may have someone in your club who has links with one already, that's great. Or we sent round a list of about 40 food banks all around the county, so you can find out which one is closest to you. Contact them, find out what they want, let them know you're doing this, and then encourage your players, your spectators, your groundsmen, anyone who's coming, to bring food, preferably off a list that we've suggested. But in particular, we're not doing teas as such at the moment. People are bringing in their own. So when you go to buy your tea in the supermarket, buy something else as well. Bring in a can, bring in a packet of tea, bring in something that you think will be useful. And then we would hope that someone from the club would regularly deliver the box to your local food bank.
But so actually there is more than one aspect to it. One is about mobilising cricket clubs in Sussex to accept food, promote Tea for Two, and become effectively distribution points.
Yes.
If I was the chairman or club captain or a player at one of those clubs, what should be the first thing I'd need to do to get myself involved?
The first thing to do, although hopefully somebody in your club should have got an email about this, but if they haven't, or if they haven't passed it on to you, information about this is available on the Sussex Cricket Foundation website. It's www.sussexcricket.co.uk/community-initiatives. I'll tweet about this later to make sure you've got it, so I'm happy to put that out. And that gives you the information. That gives you a description of what we're doing. It sends you to a link of food banks. It's got a PDF poster, and it's got that list of possible foodstuffs, suggested foodstuffs that all food banks will want wherever they are.
Yeah, I was just, I did have that. I wonder if it's disappeared on me. I mean, it's obvious things like tinned tomatoes, cooking sauces, tinned meat, baked beans,
pasta,
rice, instant noodles, all of those useful kind of things.
And toiletries too.
And toiletries. So that's one part. It's about getting your club mobilised to become a distribution and collection point, and a number of ways that you can help. So if you're a cricketer in Sussex, recreational cricketer, doesn't matter if your club's got the email, it doesn't matter if your chairman's heard of it, make sure he has. If you're listening to us and you've heard this, talk to your club, and that's immediately, most definitely, a way that you can help. The other aspect, I suppose, is the actual, Katie, is the bringing of the food. And you said something there which struck me. Did you say there was something like 182 clubs
there are
playing recreational cricket in Sussex?
There are. We've got, I think, the biggest league in the country. And today, weather permitting, I'm looking out of the window, I don't know about this, but there should be at least 150 games going on. There's been a real bonanza of cricket since the lockdown ended. Loads of games going on. At those 150, I mean, you know, doing the maths, I mean, we could have literally thousands of items coming in every Saturday, every time that there are a number of games. That would be fantastic.
Well, I think
perfect.
I mean, the beauty of this idea is a comparatively small effort, a very small effort, in fact, can make a massively huge difference. The reason I was interested in 182, because I did a quick bit of maths for it. If it was 182 clubs, each of whom have, say, 12 representatives at a game, that's 24 times 182. That's about over 4,000 items of food. If every player turned up to their club with one item of food for the food bank, that's over 4,000. That's about 4,300 items of food, which
and that's
is
just players.
Extraordinary.
That's just players, and we know that audiences are up as well as that people are turning out. You know, 50 plus people at games at the moment. It's really popular. So this is potentially huge.
Okay, well that's as you rightly say, that's absolutely enormous. Tell us a little bit about how other ways you are getting the word out there at the moment to mobilise the cricket playing community of Sussex.
Sure. The main way we're getting the word out is through the communications with the clubs, and also club webinars, which we've been having every few weeks to keep people up to date in what's happening, particularly around what the ECB is saying around coming back to cricket. And we're also highlighting these community initiatives that we're also running. We're hoping to run a webinar in September specifically on these community initiatives, for example. This isn't the only one we've got. It's the only one that uses this kind of model, but we've actually got a second food insecurity project as well that was funded by Together Through This Test, which you may have heard of, some of your listeners may have heard of, which I can talk a bit more about if you're interested in that too.
Well, yes, but let's just pause for a second and just make sure that people know if they're interested and they want to get involved with T42. What are the first things that they should do? Where do they go for information? So let's start with the website and the contact details of who they should talk to.
The website www.sussexcricket.co.uk/community-initiatives, or you can get in touch with me directly, either at DexOp1 on Twitter. I'll tweet after this. That's DECSOP1, or on my Sussex Cricket email address, which is Katy. That's katy.cooper@sussexcricket.co.uk. You're very welcome to drop me a line. Also, if you're not a Sussex person, do drop me a line. We'd love it if other counties did this too. Obviously, the ECB also came up with tea being a good link to food banks. They did a tea-a-thon a few weeks ago. Ours, we hope, will be a much longer standing partnership. We'd really hope that once you're in touch with a local food bank, you can stay in touch. This problem is not going away. In fact, quite the contrary. I'm certainly concerned that once people come off furlough, there'll be further redundancies. Who knows what's going to happen with the political situation in the new year. Food prices are not going to be going down, and unemployment is likely to be going up. This is going to be more of a problem. So we'd love it if Tea for Two became a real partnership between each local club and their local food bank, and that continues indefinitely.
Well, you preempted me by, I was going to ask, is there an aspiration to take it to sort of nationwide? And you've kind of answered that, and you're prepared to help anyone who wants advice on how to do it, because you've already got it kind of rolling in Sussex, which is fantastic news. It has the advantage of building on an infrastructure that already exists in terms of cricket clubs and food banks.
Yes, exactly.
And sort of taps into the association with cricket and tea, so it has a lot of things going for it, and obviously hope it's a fantastic success. We will, just before we close, remind people of the ways they can get in touch. Tell us, you alluded to a little bit, there are other things that you're busy with in your capacity as a health and well-being consultant and promoter. as well as your role in the Sussex Cricket Foundation. So tell us a little bit more about the other initiative that you mentioned briefly.
Yes, that's called In the Bag. This is a different model. Rather than using our clubs, this is we fundraised for this one through this test, which was actually an all counties auction of interesting items that was organised by Nottingham. Sussex also had the idea. And Sussex, I'm delighted to say, raised half of the total for the entire country. So as a county, we raised about £10,000. The idea is that £10,000 will be split amongst a small number of charities, largely chosen by the Sussex cricket family, if you like. And the first one, we decided that, again, we'd look at food insecurity. And this time we'd look specifically at the issue of holiday hunger, which I mentioned earlier, and which many people will probably have heard about. I think it's a thing that almost irritates me most, the fact that you get to the summer holidays and children start going hungry because they aren't getting school food. So what we wanted to do was partner with a local charity, and we talked to the Brighton and Hove Food Partnership. Obviously they're based in Brighton and Hove. Our first central county ground is in Hove. This is our home. This is Sussex Cricket Foundation's home. So we wanted to do something locally. And what we've come up with is In the Bag, which is 200 recipe bags every week for 6 weeks. So it's got a recipe, it's got everything you need to make that. So fruit and vegetables, meat, everything you need. And with things like potentially an activity card in there as well. And these go out through local partners, so to school-aged children through an organisation called CHOMP. And then there are 4 other local organisations that deal with families with children of under school age. So there are 5 organisations handing out these recipe bags weekly for 6 weeks during the summer holidays.
Well, that's fantastic. A couple of more things then, just before we move on. One was, you mentioned that Sussex had accounted for more than half the national volume.
I believe that's right. Yeah.
So I know you're a musician, but without blowing your own trumpet, why? What's Sussex doing so right? Tell me, how is Sussex so mobilised to move at such speed and with such commitment that is not happening elsewhere, do you think?
That's a very good question. I think a lot of it is to do with the relationship between the Foundation and Sussex Cricket Limited, which is a very close one. We've been talking to across the board around In the Bag and Tea for Two. Together through this test, again, people come up with good ideas and things happen. And I think that's the key to this, isn't it? It's working together and making sure that we're all on the same page, and then getting that money back from together through this test, making sure that what we do really does help the community and really is things that the Sussex cricket family are interested in. We do see at the Foundation, we see cricket as being a force for social good. Obviously, our main concern is always getting people playing, making sure that everyone's got the support they need to open it, to get their ground set and all that kind of thing. But this sort of added extra, and with my health hat on, I'm obviously particularly interested in this. I'm very interested in our projects like Walking Cricket, our social memory, our Sporting Memories programme, all these things that use cricket to do so much more than as it were just playing.
Fantastic. Well, just a quick reminder of a couple of things that we've covered here, Katie, for people listening. 1 in 10 children in the UK are food challenged, potentially hungry. That is a shockingly frightening statistic. It's made worse during the summer, and it's worse clearly as a result of the current crisis. If you are in Sussex, then there are a number of ways you can find out about T42, but essentially the things that you're being asked to do, if you're a club, we're looking for you to be partner with your local food bank as a collection and distribution point. You can, on the website, which we'll read the URL of again, you can download, print and install a poster to say that that's what you are. You can urge your players and members to donate and drop off food. So it's not just the players, although we quickly calculated that over 4,000 every week pieces of food could make such a massive difference just by doing a little bit of what we already do and bringing something with your tea. So we need you to mobilise your members, and we need you to nominate a volunteer to collect donated food, deliver to the food bank. All things which are extremely manageable. If you want to know more about doing that, and don't just assume someone else will, just
absolutely
do it anyway.
just do it.
Ways that you can move ahead with that. You can go to sussexcricket.co.uk/community-initiatives. Don't worry if we said that all a bit too fast. It is going to be tweeted out. You will see the details of it on our Twitter feed and Katie's specific Twitter feed, which is at DECSOP1 at DEXOP1. That will also tweet that out.
Yes.
So it's a phenomenal cause. There are fantastic ways that you can help. Katie, thank you so much for being our guest today.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about it.
We wish you every success with the initiative, and we will be following it most closely. Now, if you've well, first of all, let me tell you, we're expecting another inspection. If I can get my teeth in, at around about 4:15. Leading up to that, we have a real treat for you. Hendo and Grubby have been busily putting their heads together and working out all kinds of crazy, weird 11s that might play the game of cricket, ranging from everything from ambidextrous professionals. Is it ambidextrous or amphibious? No, ambidextrous professionals, amongst others. And they are here to delight you with discussion on that subject, and I'm sure many diversionary rambles along the way. Hendo, over to you.
Yeah, well, I think amphibious 11 could probably be applicable to today, because it's been drizzling all day. It seems to have stopped now, and they're playing at much less equipped grounds like Arundel and Hove and one or two other places. I think they were rained off for a while at Canterbury in the Bob Willis Trophy. But if they can get teams out to play in those games, effective in some cases out grounds, Hampshire playing Surrey at Arundel today, you wonder, why can't we get any cricket when there are floodlights? It's stopped raining and the covers have been on all day. I don't know what to say about that. Grubby?
Very frustrating, Hendo, isn't it? Sucks.
It does. We should also, of course, mention that MS Dhoni is retiring from international cricket, we understand, according to his Instagram post from earlier. I was just wondering, before we get into talk about, well, I've been putting together an idea for an ambidextrous 11, as in right-hand bowler, left-hand bat, or the other way around. But talking about MS Dhoni, I remember MS Dhoni probably best at quite near the start of his international career, and that innings, if anyone else out there remembers, at Lord's, which saved the test for India. That was 2007, as I recall, and they were 282 for 9 right at the end there, India. I don't know if anyone has any particular memories of that game. I must admit that I remember mostly the fact that I was sitting next to Brian Johnston's nephew. But that's another story. Any particular great memories of MS Dhoni that come straight to you, Grubby?
I remember him hitting the winning 6 when India won the World Cup in 2011. That was an abiding memory, iconic image. Winning it in front of the home fans. But like you, I tend to remember him towards the start of his career. I have this image of him as this, long-haired dasher, almost like a film star. He was like he walked off a film set and did the most incredible, charismatic figure that had entered the world stage. And he doesn't look anything like that now. He looks like a sort of middle-aged gardener or something. But he really was. I mean, it's difficult to overstate quite how glamorous he made the game when he sort of entered the world stage. I mean, he's what a great character of the game he remains and has been over a long period now. Terrific gloveman. And some of those, I mean, the helicopter shot famously, which I don't recall anyone really playing before him. So he's certainly left an indelible mark on the game, hasn't he?
amazingly so. Really, when you think about it, I'm thinking that around about 2007 was probably at the outset of his career, and we'd kind of been told a little bit about him. We were told he was a little bit special, and he certainly proved it in that game. A game in which, of course, Kevin Peterson scored 100 as well, and it was a cracking game, really. That match at Lords. Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on to talking about crazy and ridiculous 11s, because that normally gets people going. We don't quite know whether players going to start, but we have an inspection at 4:15, so we've got a bit of time to rabbit on this particular subject. And now those of you who were watching or listening a little bit earlier will have heard a little bit of our what we called the Dick Weller Broad Owlsat Trophy, which was a game we ran in lockdown, which was dice cricket. If you've ever heard of game Owlsat, you'll know about it. And so each of the Gorilla commentators, or a number of us, picked our own teams. We had the Fat Lot of Use 11, we had the Bespectacled 11, we had, what did we have with what was yours again, Grubby? The Weave O'Shaughnessy's.
Weave O'Shaughnessy.
People who've had having hair transplants, or likely to have hair transplants. So you might have been listening to the final of that earlier. We had to cut it short so that we could listen to that interview that Tony did with Katie. But one that's come to mind for me, I don't know that's been done very often, is the ambidextrous 11. And I want to put out a challenge to people out there in the Twitter sphere, if they're still listening. If they're not listening and they don't contribute, then this bit falls rather flat. But we'll see. I want an ambidextrous 12. An ambidextrous 12. And I want one player. I want 5 batsmen. I want a wicket keeper. And I want 5 bowlers. And I want only one from each test playing nation. Ooh, that's a challenge, isn't it? Isn't that good? I've been noting down a few, and there are plenty of them out there. So if anyone would like to get in touch with that, have you got any other sort of comedy 11s that you can think of off the top of your head?
I like the food 11. We had a little chat earlier on the WhatsApp group, didn't we? So you can have lamb, mustard, onions. Yes. That's quite good. Or the Professions 11, which I know our chum a Ninja has written about this a few years back. But you could think of Marshall, Cook, Butcher, people like that. So they're quite fun to put together.
I was confused by that. What actually is a smith? I mean, I know
like
there's blacksmith, blacksmith and silversmith, but is there actually a profession called a smith? And what is the smith part of a blacksmith or a silversmith?
It just means you are good at something.
Does it? Is that what smith means?
It means you're an expert at.
So Steve Smith is very appropriate then.
It means you make things.
No, but he makes runs. He makes runs.
Well, he's a runsmith. Steve
He's a runsmith.
Steve Runsmith.
What about Graham Smith? Is he a runsmith, or is he something a little bit?
Is he Is he just a flat track bully?
Yeah. Is he a bully though? He's not really a bully, is he? Because he didn't score quickly enough to be a bully.
But just a big, imposing physical figure, wasn't he? I'd classify him. I'd put him in the same bracket as Matthew Hayden.
Would you? Yeah. Would you really? Yeah. I always felt with Graham Smith that he just seemed to cover a lot of ground with his wideness.
Yes, exactly.
His width.
Yeah.
His width. That's the word I'm looking for.
It's the girth of a man.
You never thought you could get past him. You could never get him out bowled because he was just too big. His bat was too big. I'm sure his bat was wider than anyone else's. And
but just both of them. I mean, obviously they were very good, and I'm only being a little bit mischievous here, but I didn't really appreciate them as players as much as some others. No finesse, and Smith just shoveling it into the leg side all the time. If you can't get them out when they play like that, then that's your problem, isn't it? Anyway, I didn't take to them particularly.
Should we try and put an ambidextrous 11 from all the test nations together then, Grubby? I think we should.
Are we going to wait for the Twitterati to have their say, or are we allowed to discuss in the meantime?
I think we can just. Well, I don't know, because on the basis that no one seems to be responding to me at the moment, we haven't got anything from the Twitter sphere.
Well, let's crack on.
Maybe we should tweet out something and tell people what we're up to. We just tweeted it out, so hopefully people will come on. I can give you. I'll give you. Let's start with the world. This is the world 11 of ambidextrous cricketers.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give you as an opening. An opening batsman, to which you will have to find another one from a corresponding nation.
Okay.
I'm going to give you Chris Gale, left-hand bat,
Yeah.
Right arm off spin bowler.
That's marvellous. That's
Who
marvellous.
would you have alongside
Well-
Chris Gale in this team?
While I'm cogitating on that, Hendo, can I first of all bring to the selectorial table the massive quandary? Because if you only
Yes.
have one player from each nation, then who of Anderson and Broad gets in the team?
Well,
Who
that's
do
for
you
you
think
to decide it. That's for maybe the Twitter sphere to decide. That could be quite good fun. I did think of that. You could actually look around the nations now and say, is there another opening bowling pair that are both ambidextrous? I'm trying to think of opening partnerships. Josh Hazelwood with Patrick Cummins. No, Patrick Cummins right hand everything. Josh Hazelwood. Can't think of another Australian. Mitchell Stark's all left arm, isn't he? No, can't think of it. So you're gonna have to come to that bridge and cross it at that point.
Mohammed Amir bats left-handed as well as bowling left-arm, doesn't he?
Yes, he does bats left-handed, I think.
Yeah. I can't at the moment think of another opener who might fit the bill. Sanat Jayasuriya bowled left-arm as well as batting right-handed, I think.
Yeah, there are one or two, especially in one-day cricket. I mean, you get one or two up there as openers. Or would you dare to open with someone like Shirish Raina, for example?
Claire Rayner?
Yeah, Claire Rayner, that's the one.
Well, if he fits the bill, then he's in at the moment until we can think of a better option. How about that?
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll put him in there as a sort of a make weight for now.
On the wicket keeping front, Hendo.
Oh yes.
On the wicket keeping front.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's much easier to tell when players bat and bowl. Their what's it called? Their laterality, as I believe they've started to call it in the darts world. Phil Taylor.
Laterality. What is that?
Phil Taylor, darts player. Nationality British, English, whatever. Laterality, right-handed. It's called laterality.
Is that like RFM or RMF?
Well,
Laterality.
Laterality just means side. We've had Dizzy Yates has come in, Captain Mike Yates. Richard Hadley and Graham Dilley both bowl right-handed. And sorry, let me turn myself on.
You've got
Richard Hadley and Graham Dilley.
Yes, I see that on the Twitter sphere, and I'm just wondering whether I suppose we could get a New Zealander in there. We can have Richard Hadley as a bowler in there at number 8. I reckon he's a decent bat as well, isn't he?
Oh yeah, very very good number 8.
So he's the New Zealand representative. Of course, this might leave us short further up the list. Richard Hadley, Graham Dilley coming in at 9. Decent number 9, would you say? I think
if you've got Anderson and Broad for the England representatives, I don't think Dilley makes the cut.
Yes, I know what Ravi's saying. This is not ambidextrous. Ambidextrous is Sunil Gavaskar, who famously batted left-hand in the first class match to negate a spinner on a turning pitch, which is absolutely right. But also, remember the Sri Lankan recently, not so long ago, wasn't it, a couple of years, Kamindo Mendes, who bowled with both hands, both arms. He was
current Sri Lankan international.
Left-arm spinner and right-arm off-break bowler, as I recall. That's technically...
That is...
I totally understand that. But we're widening the scope. We're widening the scope here, Ravi. And some tweets are coming in, which is good news. Leah says, this is unfair. I bat left, bowl right, and the only reason I can't get into that team is because I don't come from a test nation. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, though Germany, is it Germany or Austria you support? I'm not entirely sure. I did see you tweeting about the Germany and Austria games that were going on a day or two ago. Well, maybe we'll have to do one for associate nations, and even what do they call the ones further down to associate nations? They call them affiliates. Is that right? I can't remember now. It's all too much for me. Mike Mihal Wood says, for all its mirth, my brother at TP Wagwin could, in his youth, bowl fast right-handed and spin left-handed, making him a double threat in your 11. Qualifies for Ireland and England too. Yeah, has he actually played a game for a national side though, Mike? That could be where he falls down. I had people at school who could do that. I'm sure that's the kind of thing that's... Yeah, I'm sure that's the kind of thing that gets coached out of you, doesn't it? I suspect.
Probably.
Yeah, they say you can't.
We saw Andy Zaltzman bowling left arm spin and right arm spin in the same charity game, didn't we? A couple of years back.
Well, also Jofra Archer, doesn't he claim to be able to bowl left arm spin as well as quite frightening fast deliveries.
I mean, that would be just taking the piss, wouldn't it? If you had to do that in an international match, that would be incredible.
I'd love to see. I'd love to see
I'd
someone
love to
do
see
that. That would be fantastic. I'm trying to think why I didn't see Kamindu Mendes play. I remember the fuss about it at the time, but I certainly missed seeing him in action. I think. So I'm very disappointed about that. Leah also says, I had some great ideas for comedy teams during the Dick Weller Broad Trophy. Of course, I can't remember them now. That's always the problem. You should always write these things down. Dahir Khan says Kapil Gulia and Suresh Raina. Well, we've got Suresh Raina. He's make weight at the moment, opening the batting with Chris Gale.
Poor old Suresh. Just in there until we can think of someone better.
I suppose technically, if you're going to play this to the letter, you have to have one opener who bats left-handed and bowls right-handed, and one opener who bats right-handed and bowls left-handed.
Well, I'll tell you, let's just get an 11 first, then we can start making decisions. But yes, on the wicket-keeping, by the way, Knuckle has suggested Ganguly.
Yes, indeed.
Batted
He's on my
left-handed,
list.
bowled a bit of the right-arm dob, didn't he?
Yeah.
The wicket-keeper, how are we judging his laterality? Because we don't know, wicket-keepers tend not to bowl, don't they?
Yeah,
although
but I'm sure...
Tony did, didn't he, once?
Yeah, exactly, and I'm sure if you go onto Cricinfo, they will tell you that everyone does a little bit, don't they? They've always done a little bit. They've always had to do a little bit in the nets of whatever they don't actually do as a leading skill, I think. So if you want to go and look on Cricinfo, you can cheat. That's fine. We don't mind, as long as you contribute to the conversation. Alexia of Azazel also says, I think the word they're looking for is amphibious. Leah says, I supported Germany in the Germany v Austria series, Hendo, because I am German. Sounds like that. Sounds like a Harry Enfield sketch, doesn't it? If anyone's ever seen that.
Yes.
Raviner says, didn't Sobers bowl spin with both arms and batted left-handed?
I mean, he could do absolutely anything, couldn't he?
I think we'd probably allow him to do that because he was such a remarkable cricketer. I think that would be fair enough. Etiek has sent in a picture of the right-handed bowler, of a demon of a right-handed bowler in Alistair Cook.
Oh yes, that was terrific. I loved that when he bowled. It was a period in his captaincy when he was under a fair deal of scrutiny and pressure. And most unlike him, because he wasn't sort of known to be a barrel of laughs man, was he, Cookie, bless him? But he just started imitating Bob Willis bowling for no reason. And it just leavened the mood brilliantly. He was able just to, have a bit of a giggle. It was a period that wasn't going to affect the game particularly. It was terrific. I really, one of the best things he ever did, and he did some great things. Anyway, wicket keepers. Was Adam Gilchrist right-handed?
I think he wasn't he?
In normal life.
Can we sort of shoo him in early so that we got the wicket keeper out of the way, because that's complicated and I don't really know the answer.
Well, he could also open the batting if we were putting together a one-day 11, couldn't he?
He could. I'll put him on the list. But I'll next do Suresh Raina because I think he's in there at the moment.
Yeah, you have a sheaf of notes there, Hendo, that Tony would be proud of.
No, just the three things. I just scribbled down a few things actually while Tony was doing his interview with Katie. Roger McCann, our good friend and much missed colleague, says Andy McBride, of course, for Ireland. Andy McBride, off-break bowler, very good left-hand batsman. So I'm gonna squeeze him in at number 10. Andy McBride is going in at number 10 for Ireland.
He could probably scoot up the order a bit, I'd have thought, for McBride.
Well, I'm just thinking that we're probably going to have a few all-rounders in this team, so I don't want to put too much pressure on the young man. He's not that young. Yuvraj Hanspal says a more reliable, better bowler all-rounder from India was Robin Singh. Only saying this because this team might lack some proper bowlers. Well, I'll put him on the reserve list, Robin Singh.
He's on the bench.
He's on the bench at the moment, and we will have a genuine 12th man, of course. I mean, I know that these things are pretty interchangeable, especially when you've got teams in bubbles. You never quite know who's going to come on and be your 12th man. It's just who you want. Let me see. Jay Grover says, I've no clue about Alan Knott's ambidextrousness, but I heard you were a decent off spinner. Really? Are you just having me on there, Jay? Because I remember Alan Knott, and I loved Alan Knott. I'm not entirely convinced that that he was. Of course, there is David Warner. He can bowl a bit of leg spin, can't he? We laughed at some of that last summer, wasn't it? During the Ashes, he had a couple of spells that he got.
I bet he bowls it with that stupid grin on his face that he wore the whole of the last series when he was averaging about 8.
Yeah, well, I think we can discount. If you have a stupid grin, you're not allowed in the team. I think it's as simple as that. I mean, I'm not going to change my mind on that. As a coach, that's one thing I actually.
You've got to draw the line somewhere.
Draw the line somewhere.
That was so weird, though, wasn't it? Do you remember last year when he kept getting out to Broad and he couldn't get a double-figure score for most of that series?
Yeah.
And he was. I think because he was recently back in the side after his ban and everything. I think he was trying to sort of leave behind some of his bad boy image, and with that came this stupid grin. But it just seemed to be part of the package where his skills had deserted him. He'd become, a drain on resources, not contributing to the team. And you just think you've got to be yourself on some level. Joe Root, on the other hand, until recently, hasn't smiled enough as captain. He's a smiler by nature, you see.
Yeah. And do you think that's down to the fact that his hair has grown ridiculously long and it's
weighing very heavy?
Grinning? Yeah, I think it's taken away from the grin. I don't know.
Maybe
turned his sort of lips downward, like a very strange emoji. Now, apparently, Adam Gilchrist bowled one ball in the IPL. It was right arm dob, and it took a wicket. So I think we've got to put Adam Gilchrist in there, haven't we? We're going to have to put him in there at number 6. In he goes.
Oh.
Adam Gilchrist gets in there as the representative of the...
No way.
Leah comes back and says, does Sachin Tendulkar qualify as he apparently bats and bowls right-handed, but writes left-handed, making him truly ambidextrous? No, we're just looking at the cricketing skills in that respect. Mark O'Brien suggests Andre Botha for Ireland cricket, but I'm afraid that Andy McRyan has already got in there. Roger McCann was in early. M. Umar suggests Aaron Finch. Well, we can't have Aaron Finch because, unfortunately, the Australian place has gone to Adam Gilchrist. So we're looking for a number 3 who doesn't come from the West Indies, India, Australia, New Zealand, or Ireland. A number 3, ambidextrous number 3. Who doesn't come from any of those test nations. Maybe an Afghani. Is there an Afghani out there that might just get into that spot? I'm not sure. I can't think.
Yeah, he can go in.
Well, have a little look. Zahir Clark who's our statistician in Jamaica, has come through with a whole load. But of course, there are several from the same nation, so they're not really getting into our team on the basis that we have to have one player from each test nation. But he does suggest Inzamam, Pakistan, Michael Clark, who's another I got on my list, Zahir Khan, Sangakkara. I can't remember Sangakkara bowling. Anyone remember Sangakkara bowling? No, I can't. He's also got Gale, he's got Brian Lara, he's got Gilchrist. And the very fact that we've got Gale means that we're going to miss out. On Curtly Ambrose. That's a tough one. Chris Gale or Curtly Ambrose? Who would you rather have in your ambidextrous team? In your ambidextrous World 11, actually. So that's a really tough one. We might have to go back to that one.
It might depend on how many, how many are vying for those respective positions. If we're over-brimming with openers by the end of this conversation, then we might have to consider dropping Gale. And if we're over-brimming,
we might. Gale might get forced out.
Our bowlers.
We're still looking for a number 3. Apparently Sangakkara took one first-class wicket at an average of 150. So, he's not forcing the issue, is he really there? He's a brilliant player, obviously. Yuvraj Hanspel says, Gale or Ambrose? I'd always go for Ambrose. So we'll put Ambrose on the reserve list. Right, okay, we'll have to come back to that one. But we're still looking for a number 3, a number 4 and a number 5.
Well, Sangakkara could certainly bat 3, couldn't he?
He could. Oh, well, I'll put him there for now. Kumar Sangakkara. All right.
I'm afraid my knowledge of the Afghanistan national team is probably where it needs to be in order to be able to assess various candidates. Anyone's got suggestions out there?
I suppose if we were going to do if we were talking about Sri Lanka, we should have put Kamindu Mendis in as Leah Bitchfinder General Stairs. It's a curious one, isn't it? But because if we put Sangakkara in, we can't have Kamindu Mendis. it's getting more tricky by the minute. This challenge, isn't it? To be honest, and I need more of you on Twitter to actually help us out with this one. Let's think through the Afghani team. Mohammed Shahzad, no, he was right-handed and everything, wasn't he? Grant and Andy. Grant.
Naib.
Naib, he was right-handed, wasn't he? There must be an Afghani that we can't think of off the top of our heads out there who bats right-handed and bowls left-handed, or the other way around. And so it's up to you on the Twitter sphere.
Rashid Khan's.
He's right-handed. I should just bring you up to
Yeah,
date.
he's right all the way, isn't he?
Yeah, while we're waiting for any of that information to come through, I should tell you that they are out there again. The lights are this time on. They turned the lights off. Must have a big electricity bill there, so they turned the lights off for an hour or so while they were just mopping up. They're still mopping up. They say the outfield is very, very wet. I don't believe them personally. It's been mizzle all day. That doesn't make the outfield soaked, does it? Just a bit of drizzle. I think it's poor. I think it's poor from the umpires. Glad to see a couple of articles today. NASA has come out strongly against what's going on, this bad light nonsense. Mark Henderson, a man with a great name, says Jack Leach, left-hand bat, slow left arm, but throws right arm. He's trying to push his way in there, but I don't think he can get that. I don't think he can get away with that. We are looking for an England
Same
player.
laterality for batting and bowling.
I don't know. We are looking for another player. Andre Boita, who got a mention just a few minutes ago, has actually now followed us. So you see, things can be affected in real time here on Guerrilla Cricket. You can get followers out of talking nonsense about right-hand batsmen and left-arm bowlers. Yes, I'm sure if there is an Afghani who has skills with both hands, that Knuckle would have told us by now. And I cannot see anything on the Zoom group chat to tell me about an Afghani who bowls and bats with different hands.
Have we had any Bangladeshis as well?
There must be some Bangladeshis. Lance Klusner is a good call from Jay Grover. Certainly had him on my list. We haven't got a South African, so where shall I put him? About number 7? Number 7 for Lance Klusner? Yeah. I think we'll put him in there at
6 or 7, yeah.
So, what we've got at the moment, we're looking for a World 11 of ambidextrous cricketers. One player from each Test nation. And what we have is Chris Gale opening with Suresh Raina. Kumar Sangakkara coming at number 3. We're looking for a number 4 and we're looking for a number 5. We've got Adam Gilchrist as wicketkeeper at number 6. We've got Lance Klusner of South Africa at number 7. Richard Hadley of New Zealand at number 8. At number 9 or 10 we've got Andy McBride from Ireland. Have we got anyone else? Amir Hamza. We have Amir Hamza has been put forward by Zahir Clark.
Okay.
So he's for Afghanistan. And I'm going to be really embarrassed here and say I don't know what he does. I don't know him. Amir Hamza. Tell us a little bit more about him, because he's not one of the Afghans that
we need to know where to slot him in the team, don't we?
Exactly. We've got a 4 and a 5. Can he go in there?
Crucial.
Zahir, please let us know. You are the man we need to know.
We're not even mentioned Ben Stokes.
Ooh, now you're talking, aren't you? Ben Stokes.
Maybe neither Jimmy nor Broad get in. Scandal.
Jimmy nor
and then Broad can moan about that as well.
I am worried that we're going to end up with an opening pair of Richard Hadley and someone from Zimbabwe. We're going to need someone from Zimbabwe. So an ambidextrous cricketer from Zimbabwe, maybe to open the bowling with Richard Hadley. Yeah, well, I think we may. I don't know. It's quite gloomy in Southampton, I'm afraid, says Dr. Leonie Hicks, and Councillor Kieran Brown says, knock it on the head and come back tomorrow. Is that because you're bored with our game? Or you just can't be bothered with the cricket anymore? I know your feelings. I understand your feelings anyway. So we've got Lance Klusner at 7, Richard Hadley at 8, and Andy McBride at 10. We're looking for a number 9 and number 11 bowlers from Zimbabwe, and also
have we got a good mix
from Pakistan? We need some Pakistanis, don't we?
Have we got a good mix
playing Pakistan.
Yeah, we've got a good mix of kind of spinners and seamers as well. We need to balance the side.
We've got Andy McBride to bowl off breaks. Well, of course, you got Chris Gale, who can be pressed into bowl on occasions. This is getting trickier, isn't it? Any Pakistanis you can think of off the top of your heads who are ambidextrous? There must have been countless over the years, but they're just evading my brain for the time being. Someone will need to.
Did Mohammed Asif bat left-handed by any chance?
He might have done actually. I think you might be right. Mohammed Asif.
Not Imran Khan.
I think we had a vote for Mohammed Asif earlier, so I'm gonna fit him in there. I'm gonna put him in at number 11. That's our Pakistani. I'm told that Amir Hamza is a seamer who is quite nippy, so I'm going to stick him in at number 9 for Afghanistan, and then I'm going to try and work out what we still need. So we've got someone from the West Indies, India, Sri Lanka, Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, Afghanistan, Ireland and Pakistan. So we're looking for a Zimbabwean. Who else are we looking for? Help me out here, people.
English as well?
No. I think I'm gonna go for Ben Stokes. I don't think you can get a better ambidextrous cricketer than Ben Stokes. I'm going to stick him in at number 5. So the England have a representative. So we're looking for a number 4 and a 12th man. And which teams have we not actually got so far? We've got West Indies, India, Sri Lanka, England, Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, Afghanistan, Ireland, Pakistan. I can't think of any other test nations. Can you?
Bangladesh, Zimbabwe.
Bangladesh, of course, Bangladesh.
And have we got a Sri Lankan in there, did you say?
Yeah, we've got Kumar Sangakkar.
Sanga's in there, isn't he? So it's just Bangladesh and Zimbabwe in that case.
They're always going to be the trickiest ones, aren't they, really? Because you don't see enough of them.
I'd like to just check whether Andy Flower would have bowled right-handed if indeed he ever bowled.
Yeah, I suspect he would have done. I think we might be able to fit Andy Flower in, and then it's just down to who brings on the drinks, really. And they're going to be.
What about the fizz? What about the fizz? No, I mean not bringing on the fizz. I mean the fizz.
Mustafa Rahman. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
He definitely a left-arm bowler. I can't remember if he batted right-handed or not.
Yeah. I'm doing this without resorting to Cricket Tracker as well. It's much more fun just throwing names out there without actually factually checking them. He's left-hand bat apparently. Darn. Thwarted.
Foiled. Jay Grover says, I'm screwed now, sorry, all my efforts will be Google.
That's okay.
That's fine, we don't mind. He comes back and says Wahab Riaz, but unfortunately Mohammed Asif has taken his place in the team. So Wahab Riaz, who's of course on this tour, would have been playing in that white ball knockaround they were having while there could be no play next door last night, wasn't he? So we're just looking for a Bangladeshi 12th man. I mean, I'm sorry, Bangladesh, that feels really rotten to make you bring on the drinks, but we need a Bangladeshi 12th man. So somebody.
Flower made the cut then, did he?
Yeah, I'm putting Andy Flower in. In the absence of getting anyone more sort of interesting, I'm going to put him in at number 4. Although he probably should open and Rayner should go in at 4, I guess. Depends whether you're playing white ball or red ball, though, doesn't it? Depends on your format.
Yeah,
I think so. So we're looking for a Bangladeshi. We're looking for an ambidextrous Bangladeshi. That's who bats with right hand and bowls with left hand, or vice versa. And that will complete a wonderful ambidextrous World 11 of the 12 Test nations.
Oh yeah, no, good point from Knuckle. We'd prefer Ganguly, wouldn't we, over Rayner?
All right, Ganguly. Yeah. All right, I'll give you Surabhi. All right, change them, but I wouldn't open with Ganguly. I'd put him down at 4, unless of course you're playing one-day cricket. The Fizbat's left-handed, so he can't come in.
No, that was foiled, I'm afraid. I did have another. What about Asif Iqbal?
No, he was right-handed with both. I remember him well. He was
not Asif. Sorry. The other, Iqbal who opens the bag for Bangladesh.
Tamim Iqbal.
Tamim, sorry,
He's just been named the new captain of Bangladesh, has he not? I believe I read the other day. Andy Flower never took a wicket, says Etiek, but Grant was right-handed bat and left-arm orthodox. So I'm going to transfer Andy Flower out of the team and put Grant Flower in at number 4. That may be a bit high for him. above Ben Stokes. But anyway, Jay Grover says Shalia Sharman for Bangladesh. Brackets, I cheated. I don't know Shalia Sharman, so I'm not sure I'm going to allow that. It's players that I know as well. Okay, otherwise it'll just be too complicated for me. Zahir Clark comes back and says Ray Price from Zimbabwe. That's another good call, isn't it? Yeah, I think I might now get rid of Grant Flower, move Ben Stokes up to number 4, and bring Ray Price in lower down. What do you reckon?
Ray Price.
Ray Price, yeah. I think I'm going to get him in the team.
Yeah.
No room for Grant. There's no room for Andy. So that's good. I'm looking for another Bangladeshi. I'm not going to allow Jay Grover's one because I've never heard of him. And I do remember Ray Price. Select Wasim Akram was not ambidextrous.
No, he left
right.
through and through.
He was left armour and left hand back, as I recall. So back to the drawing board on that one. Still looking for a Bangladeshi. No one's helping me with this. This is really annoying. I'm just looking through some of those names. Players that I don't remember. Well, I don't remember because I never saw them. Brian Statham was another ambidextrous player who bowled right-handed, batted left-handed. Bill O'Reilly, famous Australian, another, a leggy and a left-hand bat, as I recall. We're still looking to see if there are going to be any decisions made about this game. It's really, really frustrating now. They all seem to be going back to the hotel. They've got their baggage down.
For a game of table football.
Where are they going? It must be all over. The game must be off. The day must be off. It's ridiculous. Why we couldn't have got some cricket in today, I just find it absolutely bemusing. And we've gone to the best of the Cricket World Cup. Can anyone check on Cricket Info to see if there's any official announcement at the moment? Sumya Sarkar is a good call. Left-hand bat, decent part-time right-hand.
Yeah.
Right-arm medium. So Sumya Sarkar gets in as the 12th man. So I will give you the definitive ambidextrous 11, which has one player from each Test nation. We have Chris Gale from the West Indies. We have Sourav Ganguly from India. We have Kumar Sangakkara from Sri Lanka. Ben Stokes from England. Adam Gilchrist coming in for Australia as wicketkeeper. Lance Klusener from South Africa. Richard Hadley of New Zealand. Amir Hamza for Afghanistan. Andy McBride, the great Andrew McBride of Ireland. Mohammed Asif for Pakistan. And Ray Price for Zimbabwe. And Sumya Sarkar is bringing on the drinks. He's doing all the waiterly duties, and that is about that. That is the ambidextrous 11. Unless you know better, if you can do better,
pretty good 11. That
I think it's a very good 11. How many of those are actually left-handed batsmen? I'm going to look down this. Gale's left-handed. Sourav is left-handed. Kumar Sangakkara, Ben Stokes, Adam Gilchrist, Lance Klusener, Richard Hadley, Hamza. I'm not sure about. Andy McBride is left-handed. They're all left-handed batsmen. This is extraordinary.
Apart
from Ray Price.
Good old Ray. Deserves his place in the team on that alone.
So I put out a challenge by this time tomorrow for someone on Twitter to get us another World Ambidextrous 11 with 10 of those players. Sorry, 11 of the players in the 12 being right-handed batsmen and left-armed bowlers. That's a real challenge. And I'll tell you what, if you manage to do it, we'll give you a free t-shirt. How about that? Can't say fairer than that, can you?
Can't say fairer than that. That's lovely.
I think that's pretty good, isn't it?
You're a generous man.
I am indeed. Oh, I can't believe it. I bring you the news. The news is that there's going to be an inspection, another inspection at 5:15. I mean, how ridiculous is this getting? They are playing at Arundel. They are playing at Hove. It's not that far away, is it? It's not that far away from Southampton. It's not been raining for now 2-3 hours maybe, and yet they're saying, despite it only being drizzle all day, the outfield is too wet. I find this astonishing. Does it make you furious, Grubby?
It really does, yeah. When there's cricket going on all around the country, pretty much. Not in the one you would like it to be.
The place where you think the facilities would be the best, because it's a test ground, we're unable to get cricket going.
Yeah, and I know the light is only part of the issue here. I know there's a dampness issue as well, but the light has been an issue. They've got to do something about that rule. It's just nonsense, isn't it?
Well, I think the craziest rule in this whole bad light scenario is this idea of the artificial light taking over from the natural light. I think I said this morning.
They're lights.
If they're light, if it's light enough to do things. I mean,
yeah.
You know, if you're trying to read a book and you've got artificial light and natural light, you don't care, do you? You just read the book.
Exactly. So I can't read my book now because the artificial light has taken over from the natural light.
Yeah, absolutely.
Someone who never reads at night.
Yes.
It's just ludicrous. I mean, so yesterday afternoon, for example, when they take this is the problem, isn't it? One of the problems is you take that reading, and then every time the light gets to that particular reading in the rest of the game, the umpires have to take the players off, and that's just nonsense. A situation yesterday where both teams would have perfectly happily carried on, and yet we're not allowed to. So, you know, unless there's a palpable kind of safety issue, which, let's face it, with helmets, etc., is minimised, isn't anyway, then it's another example of cricket shooting itself in the foot, isn't it?
Well, I used that phrase this morning, and I've seen it in 3 other articles that I read today. One from, I think it's Paul Newman in the Mail, one from George DeBell on Cricinfo, and somewhere else. But cricket is, kicking itself or shooting itself in the foot. Hang on, I'm going to get my metaphors mixed up. Kicking yourself in the shins, or up the arse, maybe. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter, does it? But Sumya Sarkar was the man who got in at the end. Jay Grover says, I didn't know Shalia Sharman until I googled Bangladesh cricketers ambidextrous. So she is a member of the Bangladesh women's team, I'm presuming. Kunal Tilani says, what about all-rounders? Wondering whether to go Anderson, Cook or Stokes. Well, as I said, we made it a little bit more tricky by saying you could only have one player from each test nation. He also says Gilchrist for keeping bowled a single ball in the IPL. My favourite moment ever. We've seen that mentioned earlier. Must have been fun. Why did he got a wicket? Was that the end of the innings or something? I don't remember exactly what happened, and I'm not sure how many years ago it was. Must have been a while ago.
Maybe
he's retired for a few years, hasn't he?
Maybe it's a dead game or something, and they just brought him on at the end when they needed 50 off and over or something. Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
And it sounds like it was.
German Cougar says that Adam Gilchrist bowled 2.1 overs of right arm dob, as opposed to, I thought it was just one ball, and he took a wicket. Oh, hang on. Is he saying that he bowled 2.1 overs of right arm dob in first class cricket, or some other form of
maybe
top level cricket,
day or something,
and took a wicket with his one ball in the IPL? Okay, that's what it is. Okay, we're up to date on that. Any other 11s you want to go through, Grubby, or should we just put on some more?
Well, we could have people. We could have people thinking about. Well, let's not go through an 11, but people could think about the food 11 or the professions 11, or what about the Rascals 11 as well? I know Asif had his naughty boy nets 11, didn't he?
Rascals.
So Rascals.
Rapscallions.
Yeah, the Scoundrel 11.
Yeah, Scoundrels.
That'd be a nice one.
Yeah, come up with your scoundrels. Come up with your best scoundrel. We'll try and talk about that until 5:15. Don't know what we're related to.
Stories to boot.
Stories to boot. If it's any consolation, says Jay Grover, I were feeling a wee bit down and I've had cracking fun listening to you all. Which is what we're here for, really, isn't it? Jules, this is not about ambidextrous cricketers, it's about what's going on with the light. He says, I brought the point up yesterday about modern floodlight as being way more advanced than decades ago, yet this nonsense will carry on for years and years. Embarrassing scenes in 2020. Jesse Ryder, Raghav Krishnan has come in with a late call for Jesse Ryder. That's a pretty good one as well. But again, he's a left-handed bat, isn't he? We haven't found the 11 that has right-hand bats and left-hand bowlers. That's the curious one.
I think it's probably more common to bat left-handed and bowl right-handed than the other way round. But you know, as ever, I'm here to be proved wrong and knocked off that perch. Just based on our discussion.
But it's interesting, isn't it? You're absolutely right. That we have ended up with almost all left-hand bats, right-arm bowlers. If that's true, why should it be true? Is there anyone out there with expertise who can tell us why that would be more common?
I mean, I've heard stories of parents teaching their kids from an early age to bat left-handed, even if that's not their natural way, because there was perceived marginal. I mean, how pushy a parent do you have to be to do that, by the way? But anyway, so I do think that there are more left-handed batters in the game than there probably were 40 years ago, let's say.
Oh, that's true. I think that's true. Yes.
So maybe that's why. Maybe it's easier, to train yourself, if you like, to bat left-handed rather than to bowl with the wrong hand, if you like. But let's maybe think about some top class left arm bowlers and work out whether they batted left-handed. Like Dan Vettori batted left-handed as well, didn't he?
I came up with one as I was writing down off the top of my head. John Lever. Remember John Lever, the man who allegedly put Vaseline on the ball in India in those in the dim and distant days? John Lever. Obviously, won't be able to open the bat. We have to go in about number 10. But we can work our way back from that. Maybe we'll make it easier by not actually saying that we can only have one from each test nation now. Maybe this is going to prove more difficult. Dex Whitemeat.
Just in the process of collecting a long list, aren't we? So what about did Derek Underwood bat left-handed as well as bowling right arm?
No, indeed, he batted right-handed, Derek Underwood. So there's another one.
Excellent. Right, he's on the list. Yeah,
he's in there.
Other famous left-armers
who batted with right hand. By the way,
Bruce Reed.
Ooh, I don't know. No, I think he was both left arm and left-handed.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
Mitchell
he was.
Stark certainly is both, isn't he? Both lefty.
Mitchell Johnson, no, he was both, wasn't he?
He was,
Dex White says.
The thing
Sorry, I'm just going to break in to say that the umpires clearly don't want to play. They could have called it hours ago. It does seem that way. Leah, the Bitchfinder General, says this is getting close to a forfeit. The second team's first and the first team's second innings territory. Come on, Joe, do it. There's an imitation leather jacket in for you. Talking of leather jackets, on the adjoining field, we of course had Waharias. SS Kumar says great updates. Thanks a lot. Jago says all the professionals 11 would be Parsi. I'm not sure I understand that exactly. AF says ICC has to be the lousiest sports association around, still operating in the 18th century. Yuvraj Hanspal says you can replace Surav Ganguly with Zahir Khan, who was a right-hand bat and left-arm seam. So Zahir
that's a good one. Zahir, yeah.
We're working our way back. We've got number 11 and number 10, and now a number 9. So we're getting there. Leah also says any Rascals 11 must include Leslie George Hilton, the only Test cricketer to be executed for murder. Not the only one to be executed for murder. The only Test cricketer to be executed, and it was for murder, no less. They haven't. I think it brings up the idea, doesn't it, of various cricketers being executed for going too slow or something like that. Jay Grover says, I've cheated again, but I've got one through you. I doubt I deserve a t-shirt. Jay Grover has got right-handed batsmen and left-handed bowlers, and he's got a whole list of them, and he's cheated by going onto a website called Cricket Country 11, cricketcountry.com rather. So I can see the pictures. I'm not sure that I can actually name all of the players. Some of them are a little bit ancient. Vinu Mankad is one of those. Wilfred Rhodes, Frank Worrell, Michael Clark, of course.
He was on your long list, didn't he, before?
He was on my long list initially. Inzamam, did he bowl left arm? I don't remember Inzamam bowling at all.
That'd be great to see, wouldn't it?
Dennis Compton? Was Dennis Compton a left arm bowler? Someone help me out with this, I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Oh, Ashley Giles comes in at number 8.
Ashley Giles, did I not mention him? Because I was certainly thinking about him.
Yeah, we should have mentioned the wheelie bin. How can we forget the wheelie bin? That's poor on our behalf. We should look shamefaced for a few minutes and not having
the little tuck into the leg side at Trent Bridge in 05.
Oh yes, and that lovely dropped
the
catch.
Winning runs. I was there.
The lovely dropped catch of Ricky Ponting at Adelaide 2006, for which I will never forgive him. Who
that was
made
hideous. You were there.
One of the worst days at cricket I've ever had in my life. Anyway, we've got we've just been one thing I will say today, that we've been joined by a lot of new people on Twitter, which is very gratifying. Faizan Munim is the latest man to join us, so it's great to have you along. But we've had something like 40 new followers today, which is really good going, and we're delighted to have all of you with us. Not sure how you're finding us. It'd be interesting if you are a new listener, a new follower. It'd be interesting if you could tweet us in and tell us how you found us, because we are doing certain things to hopefully create a wider community at Gorilla, which includes things like Facebook ads and teaming up with various platforms such as Sports Tiger, the who we got involved with this week. So if you'd like to tweet us and let us know how you found us, that would be very helpful for our PR department and marketing department, which is basically Tony.
This is what companies do, isn't it? They say, how did you find it? You have to, but we don't want to make it more difficult for people to join up. But before you join, please let us know how you found us.
Leah says Inzamam never bowled, he threw, hence his nickname Inzamam Ul Chuck. Yeah, all right, okay. Thanks, Leah. Don't call us.
Don't give up the day job.
Don't give up the day
by the
job.
way, I meant to say, so Leah's calling herself the bitch finder general these days, does she? I quite like that. Reminds me of that episode of the first series of Blackadder, which was the witch smeller for Sweden. Perhaps you could be the bitch smeller for Sweden. Bit of a mouthful.
Well, I have some more news about Inzamam Ul Haq.
Yes.
From the oracle that is Knuckle, sitting in the Gorilla Cricket remote controlled chair. He says Inzi bowled slow left arm and took 3 one-day international wickets at 21.33. One of his victims was Brian Charles Lara. Extraordinary.
That rings a vague bell.
Isn't it it's quite interesting, isn't it? Because who was Alistair Cook's one victim? Do we remember who that was? And Wasim Akram was Michael Atherton's only test victim. Oh, that's not so impressive, really, is it?
Nah, it's a thing.
No. Well, if you want to keep us wibbling, you're going to have to help us out here, guys. You're going to have to tweet in with your Rapscallions 11. What were the other ones we decided on? Professions 11.
The Professions 11. Yeah, cook, butcher, marshal, that sort of thing. Engineer. And the food 11, so you've got lamb, mustard, onions, etc.
Any full 11s that you want to send us, that'd be great fun. Jay, I'm sorry. If anyone else is looking at Twitter, much as I'd like to tell you how Jay Grover discovered Gorilla Cricket, from what he said, I'm probably not going to read it out.
Is it filth?
It's filth. It's pure filth. Unadulterated filth. Yuvraj Hansel says, I found you guys when trying to find cricket commentary for the England-West Indies match a few days ago, and I have never been happier about cricket commentary.
Who's that? Who's that, Ender?
That's Yuvraj Hansel. I'm going to retweet
that.
Yuvraj,
I think that's the geezer who's been on Hot Mic quite a lot.
Right, okay.
I've just taken to greeting him every time he's on Hot Mic and just going, UV!
Okay.
Quite like that, so UV! Have one of those.
Were you named after the great man himself? Or is it just pure coincidence that you're called UV?
If so, that'll make me feel very old.
Yeah, me too, absolutely. So there you have it. You've got to get us various weird 11s, and you've got to tell us how you found us if you've only found us relatively recently. So please let us know. It helps us if you give us feedback, because then we know what to do and how best to target our resources, which of course are quite slim. And while we're talking about slim resources, you can of course support us financially by going to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. If you give us $10 a month, we will put your name on our Facebook, YouTube, Hot Mic, Sports Tiger, just about every Cricket Tracker feed that you can imagine. And your name will go around in lights probably about 20 times a day. People will see, maybe more than that, 40 times a day. And you will be one of those people whose names is forever revered in your support for alternative commentary. So that would be absolutely wonderful if you could go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket and pledge whatever you can afford. If you can't afford $10, we can't promise to put you on the revolving pedestal? What's the word I'm looking at? Roundabout. Carousel of greatness. But we will give you our undying gratitude. So if you would like to do that, we'd be very grateful. And sometimes we literally have to get down on our knees and plead when we find ourselves running short of funds. So do keep that in mind if you have found us recently and haven't actually become a patron. We're still waiting for another inspection, 5:15. We had one at 3:30. They put it off to 4:15. They then put it back a further hour. How can that be? This is what confuses me. If at 3:30 they did an inspection and said we'll have another inspection at 4:15, which was 45 minutes away, how, in the absence of more rain, has a 4:15 inspection become a 5:15 inspection an hour later, 15 minutes more, despite there being no rain? And presumably the mopping up going on all that time. It makes no sense, does it?
No, I don't know how they decide on the gaps between the inspections.
But if they thought at 3:30 there was a prospect that when they looked at 4:15 that there could be play at some time shortly after that, how would they then put it back for another hour when they inspect again at 4:15 if it hasn't rained again?
Yeah,
does anyone follow my logic here?
It doesn't seem to leave any room, does it? Let's say it's suddenly brightened up over the ground at 4:45. They go, no, well, we can't do an inspection until 5:15 because we made that decision already. It does smack of almost anything to avoid actually getting out there.
And this
I know it's probably not the case, but the way it is portrayed, this is where we've sort of spoken about this many times, but cricket really has a problem in how it talks about itself to, and hopefully to a wider audience, ever wider audience. But imagine if you're just getting into cricket now, and you're sitting at home thinking, why is the game not on? And there is no one explaining what's going on, really. Even we in the broadcast media are struggling at times to get actual valuable information from the ground about what's going on and when's it happening and all the rest of it and why. Imagine if you're just getting into it, you'd be put off, wouldn't you? And I'm going to go and watch fucking basketball or something. Then you've lost that person forever.
Oh right, Jay Grover, calls me out on my ignorance. He says, Hendo, English Parsi names were translations of professions, hence contractor, engineer, merchant, etc.
Oh, that's it, yes.
That's good to know, thanks for that. Zahir Clark comes back with a left-arm bowler's right-hand batsman in tests, ODIs or T20s. It's not in batting order, I don't think it is anyway. Zahir Khan, Trent Bolt, Derek Underwood, Ravi Shastri, Bishan Bedi, Neera, India, Wahab Riaz, Nathan Bracken, Ashish Neera, sorry, yes. Couldn't remember his first name, so I thought I'd just go over that for a moment. Nathan Bracken, I was thinking of Nathan Bracken earlier, but I couldn't remember whether he was a right-handed batsman.
Well, when I said Bruce Reed... Yeah, sorry, carry on. Maybe you were thinking of him, because they were quite similar, lanky, long-haired... I know they're two different people. It's just that, and I knew in my, I don't know if your brain works like this, mine certainly does. When I said Bruce Reed, there's another one in that category, and it was Nathan Bracken, who I failed to access in time. So well done, whoever's said.
Okay, Ashley Giles, who we've covered, Ray Price of Zimbabwe, you've also covered, Junaid Khan, Pakistan, and of course Tony Locke, going back to the Jim Laker era. Of course, so the 50s really there with Tony Locke.
And Knackle is shining a light on some of Jay's list as well. So Vinu Mankad, Wilf Rhodes, Frank Worrell, Michael Clark, Inzamam says Knackle would be a hell of a top 5, wouldn't it?
He would, really would. Yes, tremendous. So there I was, who is another Twitter follower, found us by an internet search for radio commentary. So sometimes just the simplest things work.
Yeah. Well, that would appear to be, I should imagine, a modal way of finding us for most of our listeners. Thinking, how am I going to listen to the cricket?
Mark McSee says, I met a gentleman last year in India who is a contributor to this. Who was that? Was it...
Ravi Nair?
Was it Ravi? Maybe it was Abhishek. Abhishek, who is a regular Twitter and a great friend of the programme.
Or one of our many other listeners in that part of the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Millions.
There are hundreds of contributors to this programme. That's how we get it up and going. And we're spreading our wings now because in lockdown, or in this pandemic soiled world that we live in now, we of course are able, having discovered that we can do this by Zoom and don't actually have to be in the same room, that we can get people from all over the world to actually commentate, as long as your feed runs concurrently with ours and the connection is good enough. We can have commentators from around the world, which is a first, isn't it? It's absolutely it has to be a first, and I can't understand why some newspaper hasn't written about this yet.
You work for
we are the only people doing live cricket. Well, let's not go there. We are the only people doing live remote cricket commentary ever. So
we're once again pioneers.
We are pioneers,
pushing the boundaries. It's first after first after first.
Absolutely. So Mark McSee, tell us who that gentleman was. Can you remember his name? We think it might be Abhishek or Ravi, but we're not 100% sure. Did anyone meet someone called Mark McSee? any of our contributors meet Mark McSee, and then we'll be able to. It's like contact tracing, this, isn't it?
Yeah. How did you meet up with said contributor, though, Mark? I would like to know. Was it a coincidence, or had you pre-arranged it, or how did it come about? Did you just run into someone in the street, and obviously the conversation turned immediately to guerrilla cricket, and you found out that that other person was a contributor? Please do tell us your story. And by the way, I've got another bit of news coming through from Knuckle saying we were talking about Suresh Raina earlier. Apparently he snuck his international retirement today alongside MS Dhoni. That's one of those it's like, in other news, I've retired from the international football arena.
Maybe, because we're all such fans of Suresh Raina. He was MS Dhoni has been trying to bury the bad news. Do you think that was what it was? MS Dhoni thought, well, if Suresh Raina is going to retire, people will be so upset that I better announce my retirement instead. I think it could be that. Diego says, I'm agreeing with Grubby here. My nephew is half Colombian, and his dad is trying to teach him cricket during lockdown. Yep. Thank fuck he doesn't have to see this. We'll go back to burning gatos in the barrio. Well, we wouldn't want that. So if cricket can avoid that outcome, then it's got to be a good thing, hasn't it? Really.
It's Jay's nephew in Colombia. Have I got that right?
Oh well, he's half Colombian. I think is what he's saying. I don't know if he's actually in Colombia, but he's half Colombian. Where is your nephew, Jay? If he's half Colombian in Sheffield, it's not quite as exotic, is it? Really? I'm hoping that he's probably somewhere like Bogota or Medellin, seeing as they're the only two cities in Colombia that I know. But Sheffield, yeah, not so much. We should remind you that we've got another inspection coming in about 40 minutes, which is why we're wibbling.
Can't wait.
We're wibbling about various things. We're wibbling about weird 11s, ambidextrous 11s. If you want to take part in that, we're also talking about 11s that have formed from professions. We're looking for a Rascals 11, and we're also asking you, if you're relatively new to us, how did you find us? What was your method of becoming a gorilla? Kunal Talani, in this vein, says, I don't remember, but this is the first time I tweeted you. He's repeating a tweet that he sent us in 2017.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'd listened a couple of times before, but he says, Guerrilla Cricket, November the 23rd, 2017, which must have been right at the beginning of the Ashes.
Yep. Said,
I'm listening in from India. No TV at work, sadly. Thanks for the coverage. Definitely better than Channel 9. So that's how he found us. Jay Grover says his nephew's in Bogota, so there we go. That keeps us up to date. Neymar Butlin says the fog in San Francisco has its own Twitter account. It's called Carl, and anyone can follow it. Mark
Fogarty.
Oh,
Fogarty,
right.
Come on. I knew it.
Indeed. Mark McSee says he's just teasing us a little bit here by telling us how he found out about it.
Just leaking out a bit of the story.
Yeah, he says a man with and there's a little emoji of a pineapple. A man with a pineapple connection in their Twitter handle. So that must have been when Rog McCann was out watching Ireland play Afghanistan up north, wasn't it? Up north of India. I can't remember where it was now, off the top of my head. Jay Grover says that we're all kind to cats in Sheffield. I'm not sure what that's all about. Raghav Krishnan is claiming to be the man who Mark McSee met, but I don't think it is. So I think we've got conflicting claims about how people found us. Imagine that. Kunal Talani comes up with a right-armed, left-handed mixed 11.
Yeah.
Here it is. Tam Miqbal, Kumar Sangakkara, Inzamam, Ganguly captain, arguable, Stokes, Gilchrist, Heath Streak. Was Heath Streak a left-handed batsman? Ooh, I'm not sure about that.
So I could have had Tamim then. I was disallowed him before.
Yeah, well, we were looking for a bowler, really, weren't we? Let me go further down this list. Gilchrist comes in streak. Curtly Ambrose, Richard Hadley, Tim Murtagh. Now that's a good call. Amir Hamza. Everyone's going for Amir Hamza from Afghanistan. He must be the only Afghani that we've come across. Morning Morkel comes in as 12th man. I'd be quite relieved that Morning Morkel wasn't going to be bowling to me and was just carrying drinks. That makes me happy.
I imagine though, if he did sneak into the 11, you've got Ambrose and Morkel.
That's a lot of height, isn't
frightening.
That is. Oh, hang on. Maybe it isn't Roger McCann that Mark McSee found. I'm just going to look at I'm just going to look at Raghav Krishnan's Twitter handle, and I don't see a pineapple in there, but he is claiming to be the man that Mark Massey met.
Prove
He
it.
You changed your Twitter name. The other one appears active. Is this man who calls himself Raghav Krishnan? Is that really Rog McCann? That's a very good disguise, Rog, if that's you.
By the way, the venue for that test was Derridon, as Knackle has.
Of course, Derridon.
reminded
Yep,
us. Yeah,
absolutely. Yuvraj Hanspel comes back and says, "By the way, I was not named after the cricketer. It was just a coincidence." Okay, that takes a bit of the romance from it, doesn't it? But there you go. I suppose that's something you have to live with. We are now 10 minutes away from the latest inspection at the Rose Bowl, the Aegeus Bowl, Southampton, Hampshire, whatever you want to call it. Are they still playing at Arundel? Someone tell me, are they still playing at Arundel? Because I'm getting very annoyed by this.
I could find that out double quick if you want.
Now, Jake Gover says, I missed the start of Guerrilla Cricket, but I recommended Test Match Sofa to the few cricket fans I met at the time. I was devastated when it was no more on my release. Thankfully, Jared Kimber told me about you. Now I get no respect. Of course you don't. And you were known as Manda Walla 1 in those days, so you've changed your identity as well. After this, I might have to do something similar.
It's tea at Hove, so they're obviously playing there,
right?
They've knocked it on the head at where Hampshire playing. Is it Arundel?
Arundel, yeah.
Yeah, they've knocked it on the head for the day there.
Oh, have they? Oh, and it's raining now. It's raining in Southampton. I can see it.
Yeah.
On the floodlights, so we're not going to get an inspection at 5:15. It doesn't matter how much more they mop up. We're not going to get any cricket today, I'm afraid to say. So I would suggest that in the absence of any more tweets, that we probably go back to a bit of Broad Dick Weller, or call it a day and hope that they don't come on. What do you reckon, chaps?
Yeah, suits me.
Probably
suits everyone listening, to be fair.
Zahir Clark has just come with one more set of left-arm bowlers, right-handed batsmen. Michael Clark, Ijaz Ahmed, Dennis Compton, Frank Worrell, Adam Voges, Wilfred Rhodes, Lawrence Rowe, West Indies.
Yeah, that's good.
James Faulkner, the Reverend David Shepherd, Bernard Julian. Oh, Bernard Julian, I did enjoy watching him when I was young. Yeah, left-arm mower, decent right-handed batsman, could get you a few runs down the order, and Headley Verity. So that's the latest.
Ijaz Ahmed, that's a good name as well, from the early 80s Pakistan team, late 70s, early 80s probably.
Yep.
Yeah, he was decent.
Yep. So, what do you want us to do, Twitter Sphere? I'll leave it to you. Do you want us to continue wibbling? If I get 5 people to say, yes, we want you to continue wibbling until the official inspection time, we will continue wibbling. If I don't get those in the next 2 minutes, we won't continue wibbling, and we'll put on some Broad Dick Weller.
Yeah, it'll be on you, Twitter. It'll be on you.
So it's on you, Twitter. If you want us to talk nonsense for the next 20 minutes, then you have to tell us now. Otherwise, we'll be running off and having something to eat, probably. Something.
Ooh, food. What are you going to go and eat, Hendo?
I don't know. I think it might be chicken Kiev tonight.
Ooh, very nice.
Yeah, I don't mind a bit of chicken Kiev.
Is it shop bought, or are you making your own Kiev?
Oh no, I'd love to be able to do that.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Breadcrumbs, garlic.
Yeah.
Getting
Well,
quite
it's
hungry
time
now.
consuming, isn't it? It's time consuming. Yuvraj Hanspel wants to play on. He says, let's do random teams. What random team would you like?
That is random.
That is very random, isn't it?
Just-
Random team.
Just narrow the brief a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
One thing I did, and actually just hearing people's stories about how they came across us reminds me of my guerrilla, what are we calling it? The way
Debut?
No, well, yeah, it's
Your introduction to Guerrilla.
led to the debut, foundation story or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Because like someone I think just tweeted in, I was a listener to Sofa in the Sofa days, and then got on my life, and then I came to write this article for the Independent. It was about commentary, and during my extensive research for that article, I discovered that Sofa had morphed into Guerrilla.
PC.
Yeah, exactly. So, happy day.
Happy day indeed, and it was a happy day with him. I can still remember the day I first set eyes upon you in the Guerrilla kitchen, now the green room. It was emotional. Jay Grover says more wibble. Cricket Blitherman says wibble. Leah says continue the wibble. Cricket Blitherman comes back and says more wibble. And Cricket Blitherman comes back again and says wibble you bastards. So on that basis, and even though they have asked 3 or 4 times, we're going to continue wibbling.
No problem.
one thing that I notice sitting here with Twitter open while waiting for cricket to happen is that you see the weird trends on Twitter. And I can see at the moment that both Rambo and Margaret Thatcher are trending. One, has she come back to life? Or two, have they discovered that the two were actually of one identity?
Maybe it's 80s Twitter.
Oh, right, okay.
I don't know.
Could be that. Cricket Blitherment has now said, Wibbly! And also Wibble for your lives. Oh my god, can you imagine if we had to wibble for our lives?
I think we'd survive for a few minutes, wouldn't we?
Who do you think would be the first to go? Who's not much of a wibbler?
Amongst our ranks?
Yeah, who's our least wibbly of the wibblers?
Well, because I thought you were going to ask the question the other way around, and I was going to put
who's
Gary,
the most wibbly?
Gary top of the list. He can wibble for Lancashire, Merseyside, Great Britain, and the world.
That's true. That's true.
And I think most of us like talking a bit of nonsense. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found our way onto the airwaves with Gorilla. I mean, it sort of comes with the territory a bit, doesn't it?
I suppose it does. We have a request from Yuvraj Hanswell. He says, "How about a team of ambidextrous cricketers who were captains?" Hang on.
You're V.
Hang on. I like your idea.
I love you, man. I love you. But you've got to stay within the realms of reality.
Yeah. Although, if you come up with a really obscure random team that takes our fancy, then we might just do it. That one hasn't done it completely for me.
One really geeky thing I started doing a few years ago is teams for each letter of the alphabet. So it's like, the B's versus the H's is a corker, by the way. It's like an all-time test.
We've done this on Gorilla Cricket before.
Yeah, probably because I was talking about this.
You know what? Let's do it again. Shall we?
Because I was thinking, the M team is the frightening attack of Morkel, Marshall, Muralitharan, and McGrath. That's it. What an attack that is. So yeah, I remember my B team against my H team was a really good one. Richie Benno was in there as captain. I think I had to have David Boone opening. That was the only little sort of it's crowbarring someone in, if you like. Alan Border was in it.
Bradman
managed to find his way in. Yeah, I think I had to leave Bishan Bedi out of that team as well, if memory serves me right.
Oh, it's a hard job going to someone like Bishan Bedi, who always looked so friendly on the field. Imagine if I had to walk up and tell him that he couldn't play.
He's a very angry man.
Really?
Is he?
Yeah. He spent most of his retirement being a sort of rent an angry opinion.
Oh, really?
So a sort of Indian Michael Vaughan. Basically.
A little bit, yeah. He has a particular bee in his bonnet about any bowler who has a slightly non-classical action. Like he's basically spent the...
Oh, really?
Yeah, he has a real thing of vendetta against Harbhajan and Muralitharan and Sakline Mushtaq and all these people.
Okay, that's interesting to know. Jay Grover says, I made a horrid mistake the other day, and this is actually quite appropriate. He says, I made a horrid mistake the other day whilst buying books on Amazon. I bought a book by Michael Henderson.
Oh, no.
The man's a knacker. There is only one cricket hendo for me, which is wonderful news to hear. But actually, I was alerting people to a piece by Michael Henderson in the Times today, which absolutely ripped into Test Match Special, did it not? Did anyone read that?
So Michael, part of it was talking about Michael Vaughan, but slugging him off in his absence, which is all well and good. Maybe the only thing worth reading that Michael Henderson has written in the last many years. So Michael Vaughan took a golf trip to Northern Ireland and then was annoyed that he couldn't come straight back into the TMS bubble. But he for some reason has taken against the way that Issa Guha and Ebony Rainford Brent speak, i.e. not sort of receive pronunciation.
The glottal stop, yes, he's not happy with the glottal stop. I imagine there's quite a bit of glottal stopping on here, to be fair. I mean, the other thing is, Michael Henderson would absolutely, if he doesn't like Test Match Special anymore, he would absolutely despise us.
I'm quite happy to be despised by Michael Henderson. Michael Henderson, a few years, in 2014, the first year of Gorilla, actually, first series of Gorilla. I think it was after the Moeen Ali wristband affair, remember that?
Yeah.
So Moeen had just made his debut that year, and Michael Henderson wrote that he should concentrate more on representing England and less on representing Muslims.
Oh yeah, I remember that piece. That was a strange, odd thing to write. He's in his own bubble, which is about 50, 60 years, more than that ago, I would say. He is quite an attractive writer in terms of the fluency of his words, but he does have some rather offensive attitudes, which is a shame. And I sometimes have to sub him.
Oh, God, he writes me as being like a proper old-fashioned hack. I always picture him in a raincoat for some reason. Bumbling his way around the streets of Soho and going for 8 pints at lunchtime and then filing copy in the afternoon. But brilliantly written somehow. He's from that era, I suspect.
Yeah, he is, and I mean, he does. He was sort of picked up again. The Times gave him some work, gives him work every now and again, and they generally ask him to sort of go round the grounds and write a sort of illustrative colour piece about how to be able to have good teas at Worcester and things like that, which is all has its place, but that seems to be where they send him mostly these days.
So he's not in the office annoying people.
Well, I don't think he was ever in the office. I mean, he's one of those sort of roaming characters.
There we are.
It's interesting how these guys who've been in the game for a very long time, it usually once people start declining, it just goes on and on and on, and it just becomes terminal. But I think then someone like Shield Berry a few years ago, I thought was going off completely off the deep end. I remember he picked a squad for an England tour of Sri Lanka that didn't have a wicketkeeper in it. But then he's turned himself around and started towards the end. The last few years of his career, he's just retired now, or retired from touring. But he's started writing some really interesting things. By the way, in terms of interesting things, stumps.
Oh, it's done. It's done.
It's all over. We're put out of our misery. So yes, we don't have to talk for much longer. You can wibble. You can shout at us and say wibble all you like, but our wibbling must come to an end. We have wibbled for far too long.
Wibble's End.
Wibble's End, which is either
probably a village.
I was going to say either a village or a West Indian fast bowler. I think it's brilliant to have a West Indian fast bowler.
To be fair,
for
End. Once we actually reached the end of not cricket before we reached the end of wibble.
Yes. Normally, we're unable to wibble throughout the day, but I think we've more or less managed it today, which is quite an achievement. It's 16 minutes past 5. What I can tell you is that we will be back, hoping for some cricket. How many overs might we get tomorrow? Can they make it any more than 98? Could they start at about 8 o'clock in the morning? That would be reasonable.
Start early in England.
I know. Why not though? Why not? I mean, they always talk about due, but it's not really due time, is it? Due is more September. Jay Grover says, "What the fuck? You had Bill Cash on, although that was pretty funny." Yeah, if you don't know who Bill Cash is, he's a very right-wing Tory, and he was on Test Match Sofa many moons ago. Zahir Clark, he's still hanging on. He obviously wants more wibble, but I think we might have to leave it till tomorrow because we don't want to use all our wibble up in case we need to wibble tomorrow, which we almost certainly will have to do with the way that.
Zahir, by the way, I meant to say Zahir Clark is a fantastic name.
It is.
Made up of two very different cricketers as well.
There's an 11 for you.
There's an 11.
Yes. Okay.
Portmanteau cricketers.
Yes. Well, he says, how about a Test 11 of wicketkeepers who bowled in Test cricket? That's a brilliant one. I'm going to start that and I'm going to retweet it because when we realise that it's going to be no more play tomorrow, we'll definitely do that one. A Test 11 of wicketkeepers who bowled in Test cricket. But hang your horses, hold your horses on that. We'll do it tomorrow because that could be quite fun. Jay Grover is off. He says, cheers to you all. Cheers to you, Jay. Thanks for.
Cheers, Jay.
Tomorrow we've got quite a small cast tomorrow. I'll be here for the morning, and then someone's making me work properly in the afternoon. But we will be having, if you heard during the early part of this test, do you remember when they were actually playing some cricket? It seems like days ago. We spoke to Faisal Shah in America. He is a broadcaster for Radio Pakistan, and he will be making his commentary debut after lunch tomorrow, so we look forward to that. That's another of our pioneering moves, is having commentators around the world taking part in Zoom cricket commentary, which is a wonderful thing. I should also say thank you to everyone who's been involved today. It's been very frustrating for the likes of Tony, Grubby, Knackle, the Bear, who we think has gone off to fight a contractor.
He's back.
He's back now. Has he sorted him out?
Apparently so. I think the man has been beaten to within an inch of his life, possibly with the door.
Probably with the door. Yes. Was it a door at Gorilla that wasn't fitting?
No, it was a door at Shea Bear.
Oh, Shea Bear. Okay, fair enough.
Beaten to death with the door. Now mend that.
I'll take that and don't do it again. Namer Butlin says, I remember being an innocent young boy before I was deflowered by a gorilla on the sofa. I've never been the same. No, I'm sure we don't. You still have not fed on regularly, just saying, says Leah, the bitch finder journal. And on that note, we should leave it be. We will be back tomorrow at about 10:45, 10:50 a.m. Hoping, above hope, that we can at last get some cricket in this ridiculous summer. Pakistan remain 223 for 9. As stumps are called at the Ageas Bowl, from all of us at Guerrilla Cricket, it's good night, and we'll see thee.